Another day at the Blast Premier Spring 2020 Americas Finals, and we have the Titans of North America, Liquid, going up against EG. A match for the ages, and we started on Nuke, EG's pick, but they got absolutely demolished 16-7 by a confident Liquid. We moved on to Dust 2, Liquid's pick, and it was EG that pulled the reverse. They had the better aim, they had the momentum, and it was 16-8 in their favor. And that momentum continued for EG on the final map of Inferno, and they were running with it. They got a 16-6 scoreline, Liquid's heads were down, and Liquid finally weren't able to overcome Evil Geniuses after so many close games, but all the victories were previously in Liquid's favor. This sets EG up nicely for a great game on Friday versus MIBR.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back from that prolonged break. We finished the EU brackets, and now we're going into North America. Another best of 3 is waiting for us, and this time from the lower bracket. And so that means a team is going home. A team is going home from NA here at Blast. They're going home empty-handed. So I'm your host, Semler, and with me, Chad and Maniac Matsuki, guys. Chad Burchill. Welcome, guys. How's it going?
It's going amazingly. Listen, we just had a little bit of a break, and the people from production, they were playing Counter-Strike, and I was walking in the hall, and I asked every single one of them, did you win? And everyone said yes. So someone has some explaining to do, because I don't believe they can all win. If they're playing 10-man, there is a problem somewhere. Someone is lying to me.
That sounds like some of the teams practiced at the start of the year. I heard everyone was winning in practice.
Yeah, exactly. They got those scrim bucks that they're going to be spending in that production room trying to trade for snacks and whatnot. I guess that's what's going to happen over there. But let's take a look at the brackets, gentlemen. Let's see what it is that we're looking at as far as North America is concerned. A smaller bracket than we have over in EU, but MIBR versus Evil Geniuses have made it to the winner bracket final. What we're getting into tonight, though, the meat and potatoes, is going to be FURIA versus Team Liquid. And that is, I mean, a monster match. But before we get into that, let's find out what these two teams are fighting to stay alive in this bracket for. $250,000 USD cash money in hand, 160,000 of it going to first place. Massive prize pool here for North America, and a bit top heavy too. Winner takes all. We like to see it. These guys, it's not all about the money, but I'm sure if you're going to win, it's going to feel a little bit better. Let's take a look at the results from yesterday then and see how things have been progressing, because we've just been going day in, day out here at Blast. Best of 3s all day, all night. And well, this is how it panned out yesterday. G2 took down ENCE 2-1. Close battle. NIP dismantled OG in our second best of 3. And then, well, Evil Geniuses, they took down Team Liquid.
Here we go.
Yep. You know it's coming.
We'll never hear the end of this.
Fantastic match. It was a great match. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I thought it was a fantastic match of CS. Looked great.
Unbiased opinion.
It's just the
101.
gloating.
No gloating here. That was a comeback. They lived up to their names. Geniuses coming together as a team behind the great leadership of Zeus, fragging out as well. Elise put up a fight in the first map. He did the best he could, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to handle the Geniuses yesterday. That's all I'm saying. And somebody saw that coming, you know.
No comment?
No, all right. I'll segue into this one. You're right, August. You're right. It was a beautiful game from EG. There's no other way to put it. The destruction that they put against Liquid on map number 2 and map number 3 were absolutely mind-blowing, honestly. They won, 16-6, 16-7, I think 8-6. That was the score with 2 absolute flawless T-sides, 8-1 on Dust 2, 7-0 on Inferno. And we've seen, honestly, flashes of the old EG. The EG that was completely indestructible, that would just run you over. Zerg being very aggressive, very dominant, assertive. He was peeking down Banana and down middle with the AWP. We saw Stanislaw actually have an impact, racking these double kill, triple couple kills in the right position. We saw Ethan coming back to life after a while, completely absent. He actually topped the charts. If I'm not mistaken, 54 frags. He had 1.25 rating. So this was a revitalized EG, and I do believe they took Liquid off guard, because after first map, it was all fine and dandy on Liquid's camp, and then they slowly realized, hold on a second, we're actually losing this game.
They did, ultimately. Yes, Chad, please take over.
I just wanted to say that I think a little bit of complacency from Liquid came in there after map number 1 had gone on through, right? We did see them get off to decent starts, and then they dropped off in the following maps. So I think Liquid obviously have their own issues. The fact that they've just changed in-game leader, obviously moving around some roles. But I am really happy that we got a revitalized EG, right? That's a good sign, because EG and Liquid last year were contenders for top teams in the world. And when we do return to LAN, we need both of them to be at their top level, so we can actually see what this clash is going to look like when the board is open and the best version of Counter-Strike is back in front of all of us.
Absolutely. When we get back on LAN in front of the fans, it's going to be good. It's going to be real good. And well, yeah, that's the thing. EG are in there. Zeus is doing work. But should we be concerned about Liquid? That's the thing. It was a fantastic bout. Evil Geniuses, glad to see them in the upper bracket. They're going to be going up against MIBR, and I'm sure that's going to be a fantastic match. But as far as Liquid are concerned, I mean, they've had their peaks and valleys, but they were at the tippy top for a little bit there, and then it's just been a lot of struggles since then. And, it hasn't really been going their way these past couple series. So let's talk a little bit about Liquid and what went wrong in the Evil Geniuses match, and then obviously we're going to be looking at them playing tonight. So we can go ahead and just transition.
I mean, I guess complacency is a term that we could use, and I want to use it lightly because I don't want to badmouth Liquid at all, but in a weird way, I think that when you have so much talent in a team, and if you get used to winning games only being at 85% or 90% of what you can do in terms of behavior, in terms of communication, motivation, you might actually forget that sometimes you have to play 110% to win. Whenever these guys are in control, Counter-Strike looks very, very simple. I mean, their CT side is just a brick wall. Everyone is just doing the right decisions. I've mentioned it in a couple of clutches. They play very separately. They rely on the fact that the individuals make the right call and the right decision, which, when they are in a good day, happens 99% of the time. So that is all fine and dandy. It's all great. The problem is, I feel like they have a problem switching to the try-hard mode, the real try-hard mode, when everyone is giving everything they have because their back's against the wall and they're against an opponent that's a little bit better than them. I haven't seen them being able to do that. It's either they steamroll or they get completely crushed. There has to be somewhere in between. There has to be a flip that I haven't seen quite yet.
I think potentially a little bit of what Na'Vi and what we've heard from them in interviews recently can be thrown in there. The intensity of LAN, right? That's where Liquid kind of built their legacy, or at least the team that we knew who were threatening Astralis for some time was on LAN, right? And the fact that they're now playing in these realms of online and they can't switch on that gear, it's a hard thing to learn. But I'm actually excited for this change of role. I like the fact that Stewie's taken over. We always spoke about him as the emotional leader of the team anyway. And I think if he can harness that and use it for good, with Adren there bringing in the new strategies and ideas, and then Stewie calling the shots in the mid round, he was already doing that anyway. Takes a bit of pressure off of Nitro. We saw yesterday on Nuke on the first map, he had a really good haul of frags. We know that Twist is good. We know that Naf is good, and Alicia's performing at a fantastic level as well. But Nitro's the one who we were always asking questions about. And we know that once upon a time, he was considered a star within the realms of North America. And I don't even think he's that old of a player, right? He can still get back to that. So this change might be exactly what Liquid needs. It's just a wait and see moment.
Well, it seems like we were seeing a little bit of a struggle with that transition. When things were going well for them on the first map, Nitro shone. He was a part of that. He was second fragging behind Elysian. You could see him kind of really stepping up to that level once again, and you're starting to think, okay, Stewie's calling. Nitro maybe has a bit more liberty here to frag and take over. And then I think going into second and third map, when things started to go against Liquid, his individual level drops. And is that because he starts to kind of chime in on the leadership side? Is he letting Stewie take the full reins, or is he stepping in to try and guide the team when he really should be stepping back?
No, you're onto something here, Samuel. I think whenever they're having a hard time, I think it's the whole ecosystem that's starting to shake on the side of Liquid, and then suddenly you heal Nitro a little bit more. I think the instinct just kicks in to try and find a solution, and maybe he drops 5%, 10% on individual skill, and he cannot really make that difference. Whereas for Stewie, I could say exactly the same. Whenever things go wrong, then the emotions get a hold of him a little bit more. He loses the global focus, which an IGL always needs to have. That is the term that comes with the job when you're an IGL. You need at all time in the game to have the bird eye view, to know what's happening, to find a solution, to stay calm. Stewie is very stuck in, he's very emotional. That's going to be a big challenge for him to be able to go from that super emotional stuck in to bird eye view. But I think he can do it, but it's not going to be easy.
Oh,
Certainly
sorry.
not. Chad, I'm always going to I'm always going to hand it back over to you. You know that, man.
Okay, so just with yesterday, with some of the problems we saw on the T side of Inferno, seeing Elige like going and dying first like 3 or 4 times because situations felt rushed. NAF for the majority of that first half only having 1 or 2 kills. I think when you look at that as some problems for Liquid, that I don't know if that can stem from the in-game leadership. I didn't have the privilege of listening to what was going on in the camp, but when we have star players like NAF and Elige, you just said on your screen here, who weren't doing a whole lot of fragging or were giving away opening deaths because the rounds didn't feel well formulated, that for me starts to become a problem, right? They won a crazy, was it a 2v5? I think it was like Twists and Stewie. They can still pull those rounds off, but they didn't feel like they were, I want to say, putting themselves in the right position to even win a lot of the rounds yesterday. And that's where I really draw some issues.
Well, we've been discussing Nitro and Elige quite a bit, and so James Banks was kind enough to go and get them for an interview. So quick word from these players.
I'm talking about being ready next time. It's FURIA again. How will this be any different to last time? And I could assume maybe you're not going to pick Mirage again?
Every time we play FURIA, it's something different. They still get away with a lot of their high risk, high reward plays, but I think we have a better game plan going into this one. I know we say this every single time, but I'm pretty confident this time that we're gonna have the higher edge on them. We're probably expecting them to pick Vertigo, and we created a game plan on that map. And yeah, we're gonna be preparing our map as well. I think it's gonna be a really good game. They're probably gonna be close as usual, but we're going to show some new things.
I'm going to just say one thing, and I hope production includes this in the interview, is that, like, you can say, right, we have a good game plan, we change things up, but if you don't do that, if you don't believe in yourselves, you're never going to get the win anyway. So Nitro, thank you very much for the answers, and best of luck in the game, mate.
All right, thank you.
Now, yesterday, you guys started off super strong on EG's map pick. And then they just kind of had your number, right? They just seemed to be able to kind of outmaneuver you, outplay you guys. What went wrong? Because you hadn't lost to EG in quite some time.
Yeah, I think Dust 2, our game plan wasn't what our strengths are. I think that we kind of like did something that we're not really that used to, but I mean, our CT side wasn't, that was like the main issue. So I think that sometimes, I mean, our Dust 2 just like kind of sucks randomly, like on the CT side. Like we just can't like hold whatever they're doing, whatever. But on Inferno, I think that we really should have had that match. I think that we just like started like messing up really basic things. I'm not really sure why. I think that we just needed like that little like extra push, like telling everyone exactly like what they should be doing. Because there was definitely a huge disconnect on a ton of the rounds. It looked really sloppy from us. So we just have to make sure that we're, you know, not messing up those basics and make sure that everyone's like super focused.
Now, FURIA again today. We spoke before and you said about you knowing what they do and they know that and you know that, and it's this vicious cycle. So how will this be different to DreamHack Masters? How do you even combat this?
I think that watching the MIBR game against them really helped us, and we have a little bit of a better game plan for what they're gonna do, because they actually switched it up a little bit, and we didn't have like a good answer. And Vertigo gets really crazy a lot of the time. Like there's just like something new randomly that we're just like not prepared for, and like we're sitting like in a smoke, we're not sure how to like deal with some certain thing. But we're gonna be trying to put like the game more in our hands, and we have things that we went over, and you know, hopefully it's gonna work out.
And so there's a lot of focus on game plan. There's a lot of focus on mentality. But I wanted to actually reach back to yesterday because we managed to get a quick word with Dren, their coach, and he happened to mention FURIA. He happened to mention what's going on with this team in FURIA. And so we're going to go ahead and listen to that real quick, and that'll set us up going into this match.
Dren, the streak continues and the domination continues. Didn't really seem like anything for you to be worried about on Nuke. So let's talk Dust 2. It's your pick, but also a map that can be very 50-50. You guys are certainly hitting your shots on it. But is there any real concerns going up against an EG that certainly couldn't match you in this game?
No real concerns. Dust 2 is just like a very comfortable pick for us. Like we just feel like we have a very fleshed out game on CT and T side. So like we're very confident in just the strats that we're doing and just like the skill that allows us to be played on Dust 2. So I don't know. It's just a very comfortable map for us. I mean, EG could always go off and win on it. That's the nature of Dust 2 sometimes, but we really feel like that like we have an advantage coming into it.
Well, certainly if you play like you just did there. And one thing, right, when we're looking at what you guys just achieved here, we're even seeing it on the cameras. Everyone just needs to be smiling, laughing. So I guess communication is just real easy at this point as well. And you guys just having a good old time.
Yeah, we really had no pressure on Nuke. They weren't really doing anything that were making us sweat or making us feel like we were making bad rotations. I felt like we were always in control of like what information we had and what they were doing. So yeah, it was a good game all around.
So the focus going into this one is all going to be about communication. It seems like they need to get on the same page when it comes to the strategies on these maps. I mean, Elige saying that they weren't executing what they had talked about. Dren saying that, they are. And so perhaps they need to kind of tie things together here on Liquid going into this match because they know it's not going to be easy versus Furia.
No, and if I can tie that up to EG and Furia, I think something that both teams share is their ability to be disruptive. And when you talk about communication and when you talk about the ability to be on the same level, obviously if the round is going according to plan, it is quite easy. Hey, let's get set up. Okay, smoke at 50. Smoke in, flash in. Oh, 2 kills, nice. But when you have the opponent right in your face, peeking at you, going through the smoke, flashing you, being right in front of you, then this is where it starts being a little bit hard, hectic. This is where you derail in your communication. So it's not something that you can just have it like that. I think you train it, and this is why you have to be 100% even in the practice, because that's when you actually get to stay calm even when you're getting pushed. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Liquid can actually do it, because Furia, they're going to be in their faces.
It sounded like from Elige's interview right there that they are going to have a lot of assertive moves in this game, right? That's what I took from his perspective. If they want to take the fight to Furia, well, you have to do that with aggression. You have to be the one who is dictating the pace of the game, because what Furia is so good at doing is getting in your face and smothering you, and you need to be able to stop that one way or another. If you can't beat them just by putting the headshots down, you need to be able to force them into the awkward situation and see how Furia react.
And so this is it. Now we get to discuss what we think is going to be Furia's game plan. As they are, it feels like they are the favorite team in this. At least, I mean, they beat Liquid last time that they faced off, and that was very recently. Dren himself, the coach, has mentioned the fact that the team is still dealing with Furia, or dealing with trying to find a strategy that works against Furia. They haven't figured them out yet. And so, I mean, what are we thinking about Furia going into this match? It feels like they're the team to beat right now.
Well, if I can loop back to Vitality for a second, we criticized them saying momentum Counter-Strike is hard, it's not so easy to
Always
play.
back to Vitality.
I think Furia have 2 things that Vitality don't. 1, they have the confidence, and 2, they have the attention to details. When you look at Furia playing, it might seem like it's chaotic, but actually, everything is quite optimized. The flashes are good, the refrag is here, the trading, the spacing is in order, so they're not just running around like headless chicken. No. They are in your face, but they know what they're doing, and they believe in their system. That is the main difference. You can play crazy Counter-Strike, but you gotta do it well.
Yeah, and I think that these guys are, look, meta breakers. And if they're able to continue this consistently, then all the power to them, because Fnatic is the only other real team that I can say has been able to do that consistently over the years. But things are looking good so far. Now, I have a gut feeling that Liquid take this one tonight, even though my prediction goes the other way. We'll get to that a little bit later. But there's a lot of reasons that go into that, right? Is how long can this Furia team continue to get away with the same moves? We get that little stat line coming in the bottom saying that in the last 5 of the 6, you've had Furia take the wins in best of 3s. Well, get rid of the 6. That's when Abel J was still on the roster. 5 out of 5, Furia have gotten the better of them. And if you look at the stat lines in those games, it's been Yuri and Quesarado as the top 2 in 4 out of 5. And one more little tidbit, they picked Vertigo every single time besides once. So that's why you can tell Liquid already know Vertigo's coming through. If Furia want to set a curveball, that's the place to do it.
Well, I mean, one of the guys who's going to be instrumental in setting up this curveball and trying to lay a trap for Liquid is the coach. We had a chance to catch up with Gary, and we also had a chance to catch up with their young star, ultra aggressive Art.
And now, right, you go up against Liquid again, which at least for you is a positive here, because last time you went up against them, you guys completely destroyed them. Now, do you think the maps might change from their side coming into a best of 3?
Yeah, I think maybe they made a mistake picking Mirage against us, and I don't think they will pick again. If they pick, I will be happy to play again. We really like to play Mirage, and that's it.
And from what I know about you guys, right, and your players, I guess even just losing that game to MIBR right now, they're probably even more motivated than ever. So how does it feel for these guys going into the game? What are they like? Are they completely fired up?
Yeah, we want more games like that. You know, we want more pressure. We want more decision matches. That's the way to my players. They can grow and be better. So we want this kind of game.
Now in the lower bracket, you get to meet Liquid again. You dominated them at DreamHack, but do you expect them to try and mix the maps up across the best of three as they continue to try their new things out with Stewie, especially when they picked into Mirage against you last time? It really didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I think they're very. They need to win a lot, and we need to win as well. So I think both teams gonna do their best to play, and I think this game will be way more close than the last ones. I think they evolved from this time, and they're like an amazing team. They can do comebacks easily.
Okay, one more question for you then. Do you think they'll take a map off you this time?
Yeah, I think they can. Like every time they can. I think last time was just off the curve. You know, I think they're an amazing team and they have the power to do it. But we're not gonna let it. It's not gonna be easy. If they're gonna try it, it's gonna be very hard for them. I'll make sure.
The catch at the end there. The catch. Good recovery, Art. Good recovery. Obviously didn't want to say it, but given respect where respect is due. Obviously, Liquid are a team, a formidable one, and one that FURIA have to keep an eye on. But I mean, we have a time for a quick reaction here on these interviews before we have to go to break. And so, Maniac, did anything stand out for you there?
Just the attitude in general. I feel like you can read FURIA's playstyle by the interview and just how nice and easy they are and confident. I love when Gary says, you know, I would love to play Mirage. Please go ahead, pick Mirage on it. And then Art is just like smiling, having a good time. I like the vibe, honestly. It's not even the content, it's how they say it.
I was actually the opposite. With Art right there, in the first answer, I was a little bit worried. I thought that maybe emotionally that wasn't the Art that I'm used to seeing in interviews. So I'm glad that we had the upswing towards the end there with the smiles, because I thought that what that was leading to is maybe still being a little bit emotionally beaten down from the other day, which I can completely understand.
I did admire the coach saying that they want the high pressure situations like that. Maybe not the entire country coming down on you, you know what I mean? But like high pressure situations will certainly, help form you into that diamond of a team that FURIA are quickly developing into. And so, all right, on that note, I think it's a good time to take a quick break, because then when we come back, we're going to figure out what the maps are going to look like for this series.
Described by chaos.
That's an easy kill right there.
Na'Vi are going to be an actual challenger this time around.
But here comes Simple!
I believe that we can win any of these teams.
Force him to walk forward, and that's it!
I have high hopes for them. I think that replacing Zeus was something that was inevitable. He knew he had to step away.
Firepower. I think we have the best team as an individual.
And it's going to be an easy two-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
But definitely the wild card has to be the new guy, Perfecto.
Electronic is the player that everyone needs to be scared of. One of the best players that I played with.
Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them all! No! A beautiful spray!
I feel like their standout characteristic for Na'Vi is its potential.
Say surprise. Everyone is tired of losing, and we just want to prove that we can win tournaments, we can challenge best team in the world.
Armor. Oh! Simple. The device is lying in wait, and Simple's ready for that as well.
And I think it's the most that I want, just to show everyone their place and just to play our best A+ game.
We're like a very momentum-based team. Like as soon as we get like rolling, we're unstoppable. There's just no way that we're not gonna win trophies. Anything you do, you just can't stop us.
I haven't really gotten to see that Liquid. I've seen a Liquid that goes deep into tournaments, but I haven't seen that Liquid that dominated tournaments.
Last year it was a little rough. We had a big downfall in the second half of the year. So this year we're just looking forward to have a more stable high than a really low low.
They're one of those teams where we saw having time off doesn't help them.
I think that Twist, like when he's going off, like he's just going off.
Runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down.
He is a monster.
I think Twist is our wild card.
I'm keeping an eye on him. I think that he's going to be one of the players that could really be the card that sets Liquid above the rest.
Player that people need to look out for on our team is Stewie2K. I know that like all the pro scene like really respects him, but I think the like general public doesn't as much, and he's a really good player.
If we had to pick out one, I think everyone has the same person in mind. I think it's going to be Elish.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second.
You know, looking at him from the outside in, he still has a lot more potential to grow as a player, and he still has that hunger, so I can see him being higher up in the ranks this year.
It's hope. That'll be the word that I'll choose to sum up Liquid, right? That hope that they will be the ones to return and hoist the flag once again at the top of the peak.
Let's go, Liquid!
We're going to have to play our A game, and recently we have been playing very, very well, besides the FURIA. We just can't figure those guys out yet, but that's been where a lot of our time has been spent trying to figure them out. But
so, are they going to be able to figure him out? Because I don't know, Chad. I don't know. I'm going to hand it over to you guys for the pick and ban, and we can start looking at this. And I'm hoping that this ban is going to be a spicy one, and that Liquid have got something special in store for us.
Okay, we're looking for spicy things. I think the first ban wave is not going to be spicy. It's going to be Dust 2, Train out the window. That's usually how it goes between these two teams. There you have it. Now, in terms of picks, things can get dicey, Chad. Are we going to see Vertigo for FURIA for the 5th time? Or are they going to throw a curveball? Well, you know what? The answer is already here. That is Vertigo for the 5th time. And now for Liquid, I'm just going to put it out there. Pick Nuke. Please go ahead, pick Nuke. Don't pick Mirage, please.
I was thinking the same thing. The way that they looked yesterday on Nuke was great, right? I think the team that we saw yesterday on Nuke was fantastic. So this is a good choice. I like the direction they're taking this. And then now if they end up with like Inferno as the 3rd map here, Liquid are going to be very happy with how this video can pan on out. So the overpass removal makes sense coming on through. That's normally one of the second phase bans there for FURIA. And this sets it up perfectly. Liquid are licking their chops right now. They look, the Vertigo game, they have to weather that storm. Oh, wait.
Hold on. No. Stop.
No.
Time out. Stop. Something is not right here.
Got my spice after all.
They actually went for Mirage. FURIA are on a 12 map winning streak. What is this?
Listen, Liquid believe that yesterday, you know, they're all about breaking streaks. They broke their winning streak against EG yesterday, and now they're going to break FURIA's winning streak. That's the thing. That's what you got to be saying right now, Maniac. Come on.
I was so ready for it, and as Chad was saying, I was so ready for the perfect veto. I picked Liquid in my prediction. I saw it coming. Everything was lining up. The stars were coming together, and then, okay, well, they must have a plan. I have to rely on Adrian and the plan.
I was flip-flopping in the break. I was like, man, you know, I'm not going to change my prediction, but I think Liquid are going to win and all this stuff. And now I see that and I'm like, oh, God damn it. Why?
This is why, you know, it's a little bit spicy when it comes to the predictions, because sometimes you get that veto in and all of a sudden you just want to change your prediction. You're like, all right, this team has clearly either won or lost.
Yes, I love these pictures.
Where did you find that picture? Oh, dude, I haven't seen that one in a while. Yeah, no,
DJ Maniac.
Yes, DJ Maniac on the floor. Oh my God.
I mean, Bardo.
My photo's not even that old.
Look at Moses. Look at Moses.
God.
He's got hair. He's got great hair.
And
life is unfair, gentlemen. Life is unfair.
Justin Scrawny Bieber over there. Oh my, oh my.
All right.
This is on fire.
All right, so should we talk about the? Let's move on from these pictures. We don't need to see this. Let's just focus on the predictions instead. FURIA, Liquid, pretty much even across the board. This is a rare occurrence when it comes to predictions for the talent here. Usually it's a little bit more one-sided, so this really could go any way, it seems.
Yeah, good. I'm just gonna make it quick. I think that Liquid got the smack they needed from EG, and this has reset them and pushed them to play 150%. If that wasn't enough to get humiliated in 2 maps out of 3 by EG to then bring you a game, then there is a profound issue. And I believe in that team. I believe in these players. I think this is one of the most talented 5 that we have in Counter-Strike. So there has to be a reaction, and this is what my prediction is banking on.
I thought the same thing, Maniac, and I think that, or thought before that whole veto debacle, that was going to be the case, right? But the reason I predicted FURIA is because I want more than anything in my life right now, literally more than anything, to see FURIA versus MIBR as a rematch, right? Brazilian Counter-Strike is built on passion, but that rematch right there will have nothing to do with the type of passion I'm talking about. There will be vitriol in the server, and unfortunately, Liquid, your day, it's going to come again. I think you're a fantastic team, but I need you to roll over right now so I can have that rematch, because if I don't get that, I am going to feel absolutely robbed. I'm serious. I am deadly serious. I need to see FURIA get back in the server with MIBR in this tournament, because that storyline, what we could possibly have going down there, might be one of the greatest games that that part of the world has ever put on.
I don't disagree. I'm actually I would be amazed at the numbers that Gull's stream would pull in on that one. Just think, it would be nuts. It would blow the roof off the place, all the Brazilian fans tuning in. That would be a wild one, man. I mean, Maniac, do you agree, though? Because I think your prediction would suffer because of this, huh?
I have to agree. You know me. I'm a romantic. I love passions. I love emotions, right? If we can have FURIA versus MIBR, I'd be glad. And my predictions, they went to hell already. That ship has sailed. We're done. I'm donezo. I'm just playing on the side. I'm having a good time. You guys were playing for the trophy. I'm not. So, you know what? If FURIA can have it. I would like Liquid to win, but FURIA can have it.
Hold on. Let me see. What are the predictions again? We need to see them again here. I just need to remember if I'm on Chad's side or not on this one.
You don't even remember your prediction.
Yes, okay. I am on Chad's side. I had to bring the pictures back again as well.
And he's on top of the score. He doesn't even know. Oh my god.
This way I can draw
winning
with
comes
Jason,
so easily to me,
and you can take the
Maniac.
lead.
That's the thing. You know, you don't really pay attention to the score when you're just winning all the time relentlessly.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know. One of these days you'll understand. All right, time to hand it over to our commentators. Thank you, gentlemen, for your analysis. And, well, now it's time to get into the action. I think we're going to see if Liquid have got what it takes to take down the beast that is FURIA. Launders and Scrawny, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Goodbye, Semler. We'll catch you later. So, one step closer to another one. The matchup that just keeps on giving Mohan. And we begin it all on VERTIGO. I'm pretty excited for VERTIGO in specific. I know that Elige can perform pretty powerfully here to begin, and even with Mirage being this massive question mark as to what are Liquid up to, it doesn't come till the end of the series if we even get there. I think VERTIGO and Nuke are going to be great.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of a mess of the veto here from Liquid to do this to themselves. We thought they were opening themselves up to Inferno and then pick Mirage, where they got destroyed last time around versus FURIA. Before we start, though, I just want to say hi to chat. I feel like sometimes it gets depersonalized on some of these bigger broadcast streams, and you know, we don't see chat while we're casting. But I spend a lot of the days now watching the games and hanging out in chat. It's always a party down there. So, and I heard the mods aren't around, so if there's any orcs, it's time to be free, my orcs. It's time to be free.
Orcs, goblins, ghouls, man, whatever you identify as, get in that chat and get rowdy, boys, because it's Team Liquid, and ooh, hot, fresh jersey off the press for one Jonathan Jabalabinowski.
Jabalabadoo, yeah. Playing on speakers, too. He's got the True Gamer apparel and the gamer setup to boot. And the matching headphones, actually pretty sick setup. Okay, we've casted a lot of FURIA, a lot of Liquid, and in fact, FURIA versus Liquid recently. And it was kind of cool to see what Chad said about their last few matchups, because they played a bunch, and I was like taking a second look at the stats. And I thought one thing that was interesting was that he brought up K-Serato and Yuri were the 2 players to top frag 5 out of 5 times, or 4 out of 5 times, or 5 out of 6, or whatever it was. But it was Art to actually pull the highest ADR and kills in that final at DreamHack Masters. And I bring that up because what we saw in FURIA versus MIBR the other day was, I think, a bit of a confidence step from Art specifically. All the other stuff aside, the tertiary stuff with the pauses and whatever aside, I think he was getting called out on so many of these flank rounds, and a lot of that did go down on Inferno, so that's not something that Liquid can take advantage of here. But it feels like, I think Chad has a point, you know, how long can Furia go on with this style? And how much does it come down to the map? And will Furia end up getting caught off guard eventually? And because the veto, I think, might be a bit of a surprise in the third map for Team Liquid, maybe they have a plan in store specifically to try to catch him off guard, because he was the one who was the superstar for Furia last time around.
Yeah, I'm glad that you point this out, because I picked up this little tidbit of a detail during those pre-game interviews where we heard the side of Liquid mention that they had learned a lot from the Furia versus MIBR matchup, and then they also mentioned Vertigo specifically. And I think one of the most shocking ordeals that went down between the Brazilian teams on Vertigo was the fact that we saw Furia, a team who had basically created that A-ramp aggression, Mohan, play the vast majority of their T side, trying to split into B with these mid/stair hits. So I'm kind of curious as to like what exactly have Liquid got up their sleeve. What did they learn? If they've learned how to shut down Art as well as MIBR did, I think Liquid have a good chance at this.
Yeah, it was really all about KNG on the A ramp to figure out when Art would push, whether it was in the A ramp or otherwise, and he had so much success with that. And that's sometimes the round one and done. We know we can reflect Art's entry kills versus impact and see that he's a pivotal part of the round when they win because of his entry frags. When he gets killed, sometimes the round can end. And yeah, he didn't have much success. Now in that situation with the B stuff, so what's interesting about that is Liquid, I think, are one of the very best teams at stopping the bomb from going down on the A site. And that's because they have like great grenades, great spams. They almost always kill the guy who plants the bomb. But when they played Furia last time, they couldn't really do that. Furia's game plan still was a lot towards the A ramp, and we don't know if their game plan was adjusted just for MIBR or if they're going to change it back for Liquid and bring it back to the A ramp plays again. But that's something that I don't expect to happen twice. I think Liquid will have a better time trying to stop the bomb from going down. And all of this is especially because they knew Vertigo was coming in this veto.
Where do we think Elige falls tonight? Because honestly, the stats behind his performances have been so impressive, so incredibly impressive. He looks statistically like one of the best players in the world, and we've had some ridiculous first halves out of him.
Yeah.
It's not a speaker, it's a hand warmer.
Oh, I see. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was like a really crummy speaker. Cool. Looks like maybe it's like instead of a really crummy speaker, it's a really high-tech hand warmer. That's pretty wicked.
So he's got.
Okay, so let me rattle off the Elige stats,
yeah.
okay? Because actually yesterday I was doing some VOD review, and some people had a problem with the fact that I said Elige was this top 3 rifler, or top 1 rifler actually by virtue of stats in the world. You can go check the last 12 months on HLTV. Elige is the very best player outside of Simple and Zywoo in terms of stats, and that is there's an asterisk on that just because of that end part of last year and the beginning of this year. But now we've seen him come back to the form, right? Now, before the last series, we had that 6-map streak with an average rating of 1.54. We had these incredible Dust 2 stats where he had 9 maps, where he had over 23 kills, something crazy like that. And a lot of that changed a bit when we had this last series versus EG because his Dust 2 performance wasn't quite as good. But apart from that, yeah, his rifling and his impact has been extraordinary for Team Liquid. It's impossible to ignore right now. He's very clearly the best player on the team at the moment.
Well, we've got everybody inside of the server. I see the pauses coming to a close. I think it's about time we get into this first map, folks. Vertigo between Furia and Team Liquid. This is where the DreamHack Masters Grand Finals ended, and it's where our Blast Premier Finals begins in terms of the lower bracket. One of these two teams going home tonight. Let's get it on.
Yeah, let's absolutely get this thing started. Where are the CTs playing at the moment? This is a big question.
Pretty heavy towards B.
Yeah, it seems so. It seems so. Well, the A-ramp pressure is coming up quick, too.
So, Furia going back to the golden standard. A little smoke grenade to hit the back of the boxes, and a Molotov to prevent anybody on boost. But Team Liquid, they have foregone this A-bomb site. They give it up to Furia, who decide to boost a player over. That could have been good for some early info, maybe even a frag. Twist, he's starting to activate on the flank, and Naf's behind him, but Yuri's behind both of them. Oh, Naf turns back around. Yuri wanted an extra injection of cash, but that's not gonna happen. 5 versus 3 here for Furia in the post plant. Again, they're trying to use these boosts to get vision over smoke. Elige can't manage to get himself a pistol kill, so Stewie and Nitro with everything to do. And young Stu, well, he would have to ace to start this game. He goes down and Furia take the pistol.
Oh man, already a very, very scary start for Furia. Just getting the bomb down is so important on these T-side rounds, the first half. And now that they have the bomb plant, money in their side, it's going to be very, very difficult here for Liquid. And they really allowed it to go down. It seemed like they were convinced about this B play that could have happened. But yeah, it was all about A this whole time. And the flank... And Naf turned like an actual sloth to check for Yuri after you heard the footstep. Sometimes Naf is smoother than Jeff Goldblum, but sometimes he's a little bit too smooth to the point that he's not quick. He ended up half turning. It looked like he had to step over his mouse pad to turn around. It looked like his sensitivity was very low for some reason.
At least he dodged the knife. That would have been an embarrassing way to start the day.
Yeah, and an expensive one, too.
Of course. Little deagle damage from the man in question. Naf versus Art unfolding here towards short. Yuri almost peeking into a whole collection of CTs here. He dodges that flash. Nitro gets the kill. Now Nitro's got the AK and another. Headshot connects. First with the sidearm. Back in with the upgraded rifle. Vinny and Henny versus Nitro and Twists. Everybody's got the Kevlar. We've got utility on each side. 50 seconds to the clock, and the flash goes past the crane. Oh, that's a big tap in from Henny. Nitro, he's trying not to expose himself to both the T's at the same time. He wants the individual duels. And maybe he slips through this smoke. They think he's trying to get away, and he goes for the elongated spray, but it doesn't quite connect. Furia, at a costly effect, will take that second round.
Yeah, but damn, that was a really nice try from Nitro. Good couple of kills too. Good to see him playing well, right? He's coming up a bit on the team, but I think a huge focus of this story is also about Twist, because he had 44 ADR across the 2 maps they played the last time in the series, and now this time around we at least get Nuke before Mirage. But in Vertigo and on Mirage, across the 2 maps, he was kind of the worst player on Team Liquid by virtue of stats at the very least. So of course, you know, for Twist, we're looking to him to put up a stronger performance.
Well, he's down now, and to be fair, I'd say that like even yesterday versus Evil Geniuses, Twist looked good, but you hit the point on its head, and it was just that his teammates always seemed to die before he could get into the mix. When he would be that last player standing in some sort of a clutch, he'd be good for 2 kills, sometimes a third, but it just wasn't enough. And Henny, man, this guy is just milking the money makers. 4 kills in the anti-eco, 3 of which with that SMG.
Yeah, nothing but praise for Henny. Yeah, his rating has jumped by 0.14, if that's not even changed further in a positive direction since joining this roster. He has had an absolute come up on this team. He is a centerpiece of a lot of their CT side on this map specifically. We'll see the opping coming into play. Yeah, Liquid definitely have their work cut out for them in a number of ways. So we're going to need Twist to be at full strength. No, I will say, well, we are on this this full rifle, but I will say I felt like it feels like Stewie was stepping up where Twist needed to be, and there's another kill. Actually, here he catches the lurk from Art at mid, and I wonder how much of the round is understood now because of this kill. We'll see if he tries to pull off any kind of flank, because it seems Art is always far away from his teammates.
Yep, Vinny, he's starting to get some foot on the B site. Ooh, Yuri, off angle, catches Stewie going a little bit too quick, but he needed to try and bolster this B site in case Naf and Elige weren't able to hold it, but they absolutely manage. And Nitro in that pregame interview said that here on Vertigo, after learning a lot from watching MIBR best Furia in this map specifically, that they were going to look to, and it's a classic quote, play their own game, take control of the situation, etc. And I think that a play like that from Stewie is indicative of it. He gets the kill versus Art, could have just very easily justified falling back into the 5 versus 4, but he gets proactive. He plays like Art. He consumes his soul and becomes him for a second. Of course, Yuri catches it and the flank doesn't come into fruition, but at least they didn't shy away from it. They're taking initiatives early, and they're taking rounds too. Team Liquid on the board, 1-3.
Yeah, really cool to see him trusting his intuition there after he got Art. And you never want to be the focus of the round in some regard, like the novelty of the get rights of the world and other players like him wore off when you would kill him and then know what the rest of the team was doing. But yeah, hopefully Art doesn't get totally shoehorned into that, but it's good to see Liquid finding a hole here where they haven't been able to in the past. But another great start on the round here from Naf. Shutting down 2 with that push of Stewie. They are focusing a lot of their attention towards mid. And this leaves FURIA in a situation where they're trying to crush up towards the A site, but they're down in numbers.
They will still do some decent damage, and they've got Henny already quickly up short. He's going to decide to go through his own smoke, and now we're on for the round. Henny doing more damage. Nafly, he's gotten a kill back, but it's still the 3 versus 2. Naf, he has 3 frags. He's done everything so far this round. And because of all of this utility, the mollies, the smokes, we've gotten the CTs giving up the bomb site ever so slightly. Deep grenade to drop Vinny onto just a quarter of his health, but CSGO, he's sent flying down to death, and Vinny 2 HP, 2 opponents, and he just can't manage. Team Liquid finding a second round.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. Of course, Nafly was a centerpiece of the round with the 2 frags with Stewie pushing up mid, and they have so many lineups from all of these different positions in CT to try to stop the bomb going down. And their CT side is utility focused, so it's utility first. It's at the top of the pyramid. Every other decision is built on how much utility they have left on this map. So definitely one of the better Vertigo teams from that regard. And this is the map they've had to grind, right? They've had to take down Astralis to be able to come close in some of their best of 3s towards the end of last year. So they spent a lot of time thinking about this map, and a lot of that does come back to utility. FURIA, they're putting together another buy. It's a real skeleton of a buy. They've got 3 Galils to work with, a Deagle up. Art's trying to make some way here. He's found a path, open line of sight. And it looks like the leash is almost completely off. But does he have any kind of shot caller? Well, his team's going to follow with him.
You got CTs moving forward as well, just behind the crane there. Front runner in Nitro. He's got his back turned to CSGO though, and that one's going to cost him. There's a gap through the smoke that the T's could try to fight through, but that's a dangerous game to play. Stewie, he's going to sprint forward just on the cusp of it. Art gives cover. Vinny with another kill. 5 versus 2 situation for FURIA. It looks like that A-ramp hit went well. Twists. Yeah, not going to try to chance this one. He'll be lucky if he even escapes at this point. They are hunting him down, but they actually give him a bit of space to breathe, and this is FURIA to 4.
This is also another problem for Twist, and his stats was that on Inferno they were avoiding him on A, and on Vertigo they were avoiding him by going towards A, because he's been playing B and trying to hold it down, but so much of the game plan was focused on that side of the map. But it looks like now FURIA, they're happy to come up to the A site after that B site got shut down so hard, after that mid presence was shut down so hard. And it just goes to show you that FURIA do have layers. Despite from what we see, you see a team that's like, well, they're going to do something crazy, so if you expect that, you'll be able to stop them. But here, they find a cool way to be aggressive where they do it all together. They don't rely on a single lurk. They've got Art, he just finds a gap in the defense, and then his team all follows into a regular execute. And the only thing they're doing is calling out that Liquid aren't going heavy on the A-ramp control. So it definitely pays off. We've got Liquid here on 4 pistols, trying to push up Elise, the only real gun on the round, and he's out first.
Yep, and that M4 falls down into the dirt, so Nitro, no way he gets his hands on it. Naf will try his damnedest, and with a Deagle headshot, that's going to do some work. Even tagging CSGO slightly lower. Stewie with a sidearm frag, and we're actually back into the 3 versus 3. It doesn't hinge off of that M4 like we expected. It's just the pistols that pay off.
I feel like we've got the rumblings of something with this Stewie push into mid, right? He pushed once by himself, got away with it. He pushed once with Naf, got the kills. And then here, since they haven't gone mid, he just decided to straight up flank.
Yuri did not hear it, but he comes back in time. That's wild. Last time Stewie was on such a hard flank, Yuri's back would have been turned to the play that Stu just made. Instead, he was tucked into that very narrow corridor, and he'll still find the best of him. So Yuri versus Stewie on these mid-round flanks, currently 2-0. And with Twist being outnumbered, outgunned, and at this point outside of the bomb site, he's going to have to forfeit this one. So 2 kills and a free M4 for Twist to save. Or not so free in the end. Yuri heads up. He knows exactly what he was trying to get off to.
Yeah, he's a real tank. I mean, FURIA is a team that has, if you look at the stats, 4-star players as far as I'm concerned. Vinny's the only one who's maybe not a star player, but he still is always plays well. And Yuri is the best of all of the 4 in terms of overall consistency, in terms of being green in every major stat category. He's the only one on the team that is the most well-rounded with the highest ADR to boot.
Art is always in this smoke. It's a consistency. But he is also left alone for the moment. His 2 teammates are much further back. So he's going to try to gather some info as Stewie gathers frags.
Okay.
That's an early kill versus Henny. Art, he fires his gun, revealing himself, and now trying to move this one forward. That back line of T's comes up to bolster his attempt. And we still have Stewie back in T-spawn. As Yuri burns Nitro out of his position, Art's going to extend into the headshot versus Elige. Elige has just been nullified so far this map. But a 3v3 post plant is where we find ourselves. Smoke towards short. Lots of utilities still remain for the defense. They could basically just throw up a wall of smokes and block all vision here versus the post plant, but Twists drops another one on short side. Stewie with a smoke on the bomb site. Nice spray control reaction, just flicks over the head of Vinny. There is a bomb defuse coming through. Naf, it's down to the final second, and Liquid, they get it.
Yo, Nafly and defusing bombs on the A side of Vertigo. Name a better and more iconic duo. He does it again. He pulls off another clutch that way. It's obviously because the cover of his teammates that helped out quite a bit. But yeah, I guess Liquid not even that happy by winning this by the skin of their teeth. But here is a 4th round so far this half where Stewie goes for another mid push. Doesn't it feel like we're getting a little bit of Furia in Stewie right now?
Yep, a little bit.
A little bit of arts in Stewie right now.
Again, it's a matter of taking control of the map. You know, we very consistently see Henny in that position behind the generator, watching for the top mid push. It's quite frequent. You know, if they're not actively throwing a player forward at it early, that's normally their setup. So there's a lot of free real estate to take, and it's a difficult angle as well. You know, you could stand behind the generator itself, which gives you more time to actually get kills, but exposes yourself. Or you do what Henny does, which is sit further back and just collect the info. Nothing really stopping Stewie from getting into the top of that ladder room. But this is a wild situation, and it's an aggressive round as well from Furia. CTs have a worse buy despite winning the round, so they will be thankful that they shut down Art early and without a response just yet. Yuri eats the flash, K-Serrato flying for a kill, and Elige, he was amidst them. Stewie 2K, he's gonna play close. He extends into Yuri, who's playing with the utility and dies for it. Henny already almost dead, and both of these last 2 Ts just try to slow this down. Henny's watching short with bomb, so eventually he's going to have to give this up. That could create a moment where Naf decides to flank out behind it. Maybe Vinny just gets both kills. Oh, it's close, but it's 2 HP and 2 opponents for Henny. Can he handle it?
Ooh, yeah. It's getting hot. Careful around the eyes. But Henny, man, ice cold, knows that Stewie was just here. Moving up on the lurk. I mean, a freebie could really change things up and twist.
He's got timing on them.
Yeah, he could actually walk to B. Oh my God, he will. Oh,
interesting.
Goodbye. Wait, you know what's weird about this is they might incidentally also go to B. Oh, coming up through mid.
Of course. Yeah, he's still so scared about this, and
oh
justifiably so.
This is such a hard decision for Henny. You know, he can't know better. But yeah, he has to plant here.
Maybe he'll have wind of the possibility of that stairs push, but they're already at the top of it, so... Oh, wait! He catches them off guard. One headshot. One headshot is all he needed to seal the deal, but it's not going to happen. Twists takes the round, but again, back-to-back victories for Liquid with an absolute price tag. 5 deaths last time, 4 deaths now.
I feel like you've got to give him a nice try. It's so... He was slightly limited on information even though he saw Twist there. Because he doesn't know if they push all the way through, and he doesn't know what Stewie's telling them. From us with X-Ray, of course, it looks funny that he's walking directly into them, but if he's going to sit there and plant on A, what if they're close A ramp? So it was a gamble, and in some sense, just like a nice round from Team Liquid. Yeah. That was like, that was a Liege when he saw the end of the Avengers. Perfect for his jersey.
No spoilers. Quick smoke up, Nitro, gonna play on the side of it. A lot of presence here for Furia, but the same could be said for Liquid. Frag grenade goes down first. Nitro, he was about to check Yuri, but then Art jumps on top of the smoke, moves the crosshair, and Yuri capitalizes. Big opening moment here for Furia of 5v4.
Yeah, they move fast off this. They know Stewie's been pushing quite often. This isn't one of those rounds, though.
Ooh, Elige, he's going to extend into them. Again, a moment where we see the CTs taking control of a situation. They feel that pressure boiling here on ramp. Stewie tries to disengage, but now he's standing in the open, and Vinny doesn't capitalize. That could have definitely been a crucial kill. Twist spammed through smoke. Unfortunate turn of events here for Liquid, and now that Stewie's down to 3 HP, they're going to try to chase, but he shuts down Vinny first. He has as much HP as he had opponents. Can he take the clutch? I think not. Art seals the deal. Furia leads 6-4.
Yeah, the trades go just well, but I think, you know, the A-ramp setup from Liquid to bring that back was nice. It was a good response. I think they felt what was coming, which was Furia not thinking too hard once they get up the ramp. Because especially since they've got the 5v4, they've moved more quickly in rounds where they haven't got the opening kill. So I think Liquid sniffed it out. They tried to get the flash off while they were out in the open, but it wasn't quite enough. The trades go a bit better there for Furia, and they've earned themselves a full-on eco round here for Team Liquid. Excuse me, they're actually investing everything they have, but they just, yeah, they can't afford anything. I really, based on the rounds, I don't think their loss bonus really favors them in this situation. Like, they're gonna have to double save, yeah. I guess. I can't. Where's their loss? Yeah, they're on minimal loss bonus. So what I'm saying is basically, even when they get to the full buy, I don't think they're going to have enough for all their utility, but I might be mistaken.
Well, maybe they really fancy their chances here, stacking up on short. This is 4 CTs in position, fully flashes Art. Defense decides to peek into it, but now Art's reloaded and regained vision, ready for the secondary push. Here comes Stewie, P250 up, only needed a headshot, but he can't connect it. Twists, 1v3. Coming around the side of the smoke, Case Serrato doesn't have much room to move. A second from Russell, and now it's down to just Henny. Frag grenade does a little bit of chip damage. 28 HP versus 79. Desert Eagle versus AK. 1 smoke, and now Twists also has a rifle. He's hot on the heels of Henny. Oh, and he gets it! Oh, it's close! Way too close for comfort, but Twists will close the 1v3.
All right, Twist got some big bullets in his gun today. All 3 and 2 1Ds. This is the Twist we were missing the last time that they played Vertigo, but the Twist that we saw rumblings of when we saw them play EG despite losing. He was clearly teeming with confidence. Stuff's coming back for him, and that's a huge clutch to make him feel good again. We're seeing some frustration here out of Yuri. He's a bit quick to the tilt sometimes. It doesn't seem to affect his performance. I mean, he's always putting up big numbers, but that's a pretty magical 1v3 for the Magician.
All right. I really thought he was going to drop that spray. there was that scary moment where like
didn't
4
have
bullets
armor, right?
deep. Nope.
Oh no, he did. He had half armor, but he was
Yeah,
like,
he didn't have
low.
much health. Yeah, all it was gonna take was like a quick response, little spray flick. Like he definitely gave a chance there for Henny to recover the kill attempt, but everybody take a
we
breath.
don't even have to talk about where their economy goes now because they actually win that round. This is
Sure.
they
Good
steal it
point.
back from Furia. Now we can see the high risk, high reward play where Furia are the ones who are pretty much out.
Yep. Yeah. You alluded to the risk of it, and well, Team Liquid, they just supplied the reward. Now we're in a weird middle ground for both these teams. Double AK, of course, with Art and Yuri, but those 3 pistols on the rest of the team won't help them keep this lead. Team Liquid trailing by 1. 4 rounds to go. Got 3 Ts up short. Nobody's currently checked Nav, so having an anchor like this could be everything. And Stewie, he's going to get the double FAMAS headshot. How about a third from Stu? Naf, he's just spotted K Serrato, so he's screwed too. He's going to get barrel stuffed by a leash through smoke. Naf robs it from the backside. Team Liquid tying this game at 6 rounds apiece.
Okay, whatever happens, it's just great to see Liquid are playing well. You know, they're looking so much better. I mean, Stewie's at 14 frags, and Twist is playing well. The last time around, I think it was like a 5-1 start for Furia, with neither of those 2 things working out. So we might have a full-strength Liquid today. We might be able to bring Maniac back from the grave here on his.
Ooh, ow. Molotov, frag grenade, great damage here versus the unarmored Glocks and single P250 of Furia.
Really feels like the first time in many rounds where Liquid are controlling the game versus Furia. Not even in just this match, but in like their past series.
We're gonna try to sprint in on Stewie. Okay, 4, 5, 6 Glock headshots later, down he goes. The Twist, well, he's just committed back here to Slim Quad. And it's over. Nafly rotates into the B site, and a solid anchor there from Twist. Sure, Stewie dies, but if anything, it was just kind of false confidence for Furia from then on out.
There's also the weird psychological thing with Team Liquid where they can like stomp in the first map and blow the next 2. And
sure,
they've done that in a few series in the last few weeks, and it's been very strange. But to be fair to them, it doesn't seem like they're the only team that's done that. We've seen so many map picks get traded in the past few weeks at both Masters and Blast, whether it was a showdown or the finals right now. But we've got a T timeout called for Furia, and you know, if I'm Furia, I have way less ideas about how to play the round than if I'm Liquid. Where if I'm Liquid right now, I'm thinking, hey, maybe they don't go with a fast A ramp. Me and Naf, Stewie and Naf, will push for mid again and see if Henny's holding by himself. If not, we got map control in our favor to kick things off right away. If they go A ramp, we can work on a big flank. If they do the full A again, we feel pretty confident so far. We've been holding on quite well. And yeah, we got Twist on B. That's a great last option.
Art's gonna get aggressive, as he does. But it is that solo A-hold for the moment. Oh, perfect timing on the frag down ramp.
They did it. They got the push off.
Yeah, they did. You're right. Stewie and Elige already deep in top mid. So even if the A site falls, at least Team Liquid have a quick emergency response team. But the flank is being held, so that won't be too easy. Maybe it's just a straight up retake where they fancy their chances. But Stewie's just going to hold off for the moment on the flank. All the while, that will preoccupy one set of eyes from Furia at the least. But the bomb, it's nearly halfway gone already, and nobody's made a move. So it's gonna get real hectic real quick. Hold on to your seat, folks. If Team Liquid are gonna try it, it's right here, right now. They've still got enough utility to go for this. Yuri very deeply committed just on the other side of the wall, and this is a total blowout. Team Liquid, they try to retake with like 15 seconds left, and it's 4 deaths against them, 0 frags for them.
Well, that was a bit anticlimactic, I'd say. That was pretty unfortunate. They actually got what they wanted to out of the round with the way things started off. But then the bombs started ticking so fast, you're like, well, how are they going to get Stewie up to the site? So they didn't even attempt. They actually held on to 3 smokes, I think, 2 Molotovs, a few flashbangs. They had the utility advantage. They had their CT spot secured. They even had a big flank in place. They just didn't press start.
Oh. Far more ramp presence in this game versus Liquid than what we saw versus MIBR for Furia. So they went back to what originally worked, and somebody's taking a lead at the end of this half. Final round, as the ace site is under question. It's under siege, but Elige, good for 1. And Stewie, he's gonna waste 0 time, just moves right through that Molotov, and he could very well come in from short, effectively cutting off these last 2 terrorists. He knows he's in a great commitment of a position. Caserato's not going to be able to cover the bomb plant. They did not expect this. Him slipping past that Molotov spells disaster for Furia. But Caserato, with 2 kills in the round already, and 50 seconds on that clock, is looking to clutch the 1v2. The flash goes past, and they don't know he's here, Mohan. They don't know. He is just beneath them. Kills Twist, tries to react fast enough, but Stewie 2K seals the deal. Team Liquid finding 8. Join us after the break for the second pistol.
That's it? God damn.
We are losing hard. Come on, Brazil.
The Brazilian movement just isn't that good, huh?
Am I supposed to be inside or CT spawn? Jesus Christ, I lost. Esse tá foda, hein? Ah, tem outro no meio. Dude, we don't play Vertigo. Oof! Not last somehow. For sure I lost this one too. That's like HLTV confirmed already.
I don't know where I should go now.
Tem que sair pra saída do Heaven aí. Art.
Pra onde?
Saída do Heaven, tá ligado? Pessoas pro Heaven.
Oh, I found it.
So even with Art coming in dead last in that movement challenge, he still leads the pack. And Fallen, he wasn't last for once, Mohan. That bodes well for them. But as we focus back onto Team Liquid versus Furia, of course, Liquid holding that 1-round advantage as they will begin their T-side on Vertigo.
Yeah, well, I think this is a better start than they had on either map the last time in that grand final. So, yeah, 7-8. I mean, I don't know any Liquid fans, but if they're out there, they would probably take that. They'd probably be happy about the situation, I'd say. It's already a more dignified start than we've seen. I don't know any Liquid fans, but if there are some out there, I'm sure they'd be happy about this. Now we'll get to see what their T-side has to offer. It's a fast A-ramp play, looking a bit like Furia, and Vinny, whoa, man, he'll come through fast with that execution.
Yes, sir, he will. Yuri, just as quickly, puts out the fire at his feet, gets extended into the gun duel, and that is exactly how Team Liquid will find themselves back into the 4 versus 4. Now, there is that quick flank down beneath them from CSGO, but they just sit and wait here. There's still tons of utility, actually, for Liquid, so maybe they're hoping for a bomb plant off the back of this. They block elevator door with the deep smoke, and then Twists gets a kill versus Vinny. Art, ooh, one tap from behind the boost. Twists in with another. His Glock is on point this evening. Man advantage for Team Liquid as that bomb goes down, and it's not planted for ramp, but rather the other side. Russell Van Dulken pulling a rabbit out of the hat with that 3-piece here in the second pistol. And as he's gotten upgraded onto the USP, he may extend on that CT shelf to put an end to this pistol.
Come on, Russ. Swing, baby. Swing like it's a childhood playground. Go for it. He wants to.
Yeah.
Get that confidence back. You know what I mean? We want confident Twists in the server.
Ooh,
okay,
not
maybe
you,
don't
Nap.
swing. Just chill for a second. No, play it safe. Don't blow the round.
Well,
let's not
time.
get crazy, guys.
Time makes the difference here in this second pistol. Team Liquid gonna hang on to their lead and extend it a little. But, I mean, a lot of pressure there on Twists in the middle of the bomb site. Running up short, just killing everyone, essentially.
That was a pretty wicked one from Vinny.
Yeah.
After that first half, man, we had Stewie was on 111 ADR out of that first half. And, you know, he's actually just been pretty good. Looking at some of these recent stats, he had like a 20-7 half on Mirage the other day. We got Mirage coming up in this veto. He had good maps versus Furia. He was one of the only players who was actually kind of up there. So I think, yeah, I mean, that's a good sign as long as Twist is also playing well. Because I did kind of come through and say like, oh, it feels like the core has shifted a bit, more attention on Stewie. But he's not going to be as reliable for like months on end as Twist will be at his peak form. So you've got to obviously have Twist, you know, be that guy.
Yeah.
And yeah, after that 1v3, I'm sure he's feeling inspirited with confidence, imbued with the fire. 2019.
Look at this collection of pesky CTs, man, just creeping through all the hallways. Nap's gonna try to keep him honest there at the base of the ladder. He buys some time for himself with the Molotov, but they're actually extending from spawn as well. He reads that, and dude, he is just making that money. 3 frags up on the MAC-10, and nothing further. But all the while, of course, bomb plant on A. There's still 3 rifles up for Liquid, so everything has gone perfectly for the T side. Team Liquid gonna take that 10th round, double digits for them, and Furia about to have guns.
Yeah, and in terms of the economy, I feel like one thing that we always talk about that gets kind of overlooked in casting is just how important it is to like keep 4 alive or to have, you know, majority dying on the other team in certain situations, how much that can actually affect the game. But we don't have the vocabulary for it sometimes, and so we've been Chad has brought up talking about terms and creating kind of a glossary of CS terms that we want to get defined. But actually, hold on, we got this fast mid push. Well, MAC-10 gets dropped instantly, and it looks like NAF was almost half flash too. Could have gotten swung on there, but they had their own counter flash to work with. And this is activated Twist. Bomb up front, Molotov at the feet of CSGO. A teammate to rotate in, and both of them do pretty well. He stays alive. Everybody's fragging on side of Furia.
He gets the double. Nafly's gonna have to clutch. So, hot damn, CSGO could have been killed so quickly there. I love the fact that Team Liquid get aggressive off of Furia's mid play, trying to make the most of the timing, but the mid aggression, it lets them rotate into B just as quick. Let's focus on the 1v2. Naf, he puts down the smoke, flashes over towards the generators. It's a dangerous peek, this one, but he just needs those headshots, because he's got less health than these two CTs combined. And Henny, well, he gives that cover needed. FURIA winning their first gun round, keeping 2 players up at the end of it, and keeping that lead within 2 rounds as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could have gone worse, it could have gone better for Liquid, but I feel like they were pretty lucky to have gotten this 1-for-1 trade in mid. And then Twist, I mean, he came in quickly. He was super fast up the ramp, but the rotations were so fast as well. And this is partly about Caserado staying alive with the smoke, as well as his teammates just being there in the nick of time. Speaking of Nick, you've got some Liquid reactions. I think that monitor's gotten a little closer. Maybe that's made the difference.
Stewie's got the hell of a jersey collection going on in the background.
Yeah, that guy's a team hopper. Oh, those are like all Liquid. Those are like all Liquid
every
jerseys.
single superhero.
Man, Liquid go hard on the merch. They got some great collabs. Shout out to the 1UP GG guys and the Liquid. Shout out to Damien. I'm gonna shout out Damien. Okay, he's directing a lot of the merchandise, the cool merch that Liquid have. They come through on that front. They come through hard. All right, well, we got the MAC-10 up front. It's partly because Nafly doesn't have much money beyond this, but it's really not that bad of a situation sometimes. And oh, they get that opening part on the A ramp kill. We know how important that is.
He tries to run through the smoke, and he's spammed down. Even despite Elige being blinded, he gets that 5 versus 4. However, this A site, not safe to take for Liquid at all. I mean, the entirety of FURIA is sitting on A right now. That's wild. This is a total and utter gamble, and they are calling it correctly. So will the double sandbag setup pay off, or is one Molotov going to be the end of the 2 CTs behind it? Then there's also the ramp man and Yuri. Great timing with the peek, and then Henny gives it cover. That is 3 quick kills, make it a 4th. Only Nafly left over. FURIA, my God, the Venus flytrap just slams right shut. Complete and utter closing of the A ramp, and FURIA now within 1.
Wow, man, they really set the honeypot on A site. Even after they dropped Art, they had everybody gamble stack. They were susceptible to a mid flank. If Nafly decided to come up through it, or if they even had gone B. There was a number of ways that Liquid could have won that round, but A was actually the least attractive option. But I mean, I guess we don't see teams juggle it back that often, especially after getting a kill. So it's just a really nice call from FURIA to take that risk.
And I feel like Yuri could definitely take it because there was so many players still behind him. You know, peeking into a full team, setting up utility can be dangerous. It just takes one of those terrorists to get cover, and suddenly Yuri's made to look like a fool. But damn, Vinny, 3 frags, 1 HP left over. Of course, the anti-eco, so we can't get too excited. But what is exciting, of course, is that the score's tied up at 10. We're on that backstretch, the final third of the first map. Guns on both sides.
Were you thinking about breakfast or dinner?
No, I'm just thinking about this series, man. The fact that Vertigo's not a blowout already, it gets me real excited.
Yeah, gets the saliva going. All right. Don't want to give anyone that visual. I'm very sorry, everybody. Okay. Oh, Art. Wow, he comes through and gets revenge for himself. He won't even need to call on his team to help him. He'll turn it into 2 frags. It's the flash from Nitro to assist. Unfortunate. He was going to take the peek no matter what, but yeah, Stewie had hand over face when he came to take that duel. And Art, he'll always find a way. He's that creative. Ooh. And look at Henny. This is his classic position. I'm calling this Henny from now on. Okay. I don't know if it already is called Henny, but yeah,
it should be.
Yeah, that's where he stands. I mean, that's where he stands on the A side. And he just delivers constantly.
A lot of people will play aggressive in those smokes, but nobody quite does it as well as Art.
I feel like... Oh, okay. Never mind. Wow. Nice entry.
Yeah.
Nice entry.
Hold on. Second CT in position's also tagged, so Twists on 12 health isn't ideal. Nafly with the bomb either. And now he's lost his teammate, so poor Naf is stranded. He's trying to cut off these CTs, but all 4 of them in position. 30 seconds left over. He guns down a man with quite the bit of HP, but Yuri will spell the difference. It's FURIA back in the lead, only leading by 1, of course, but that should extend, seeing as Team Liquid are short on cash.
It's interesting to see that Twist is basically the guy who's entering B. So I wonder if he's like the other half of the brain right now. If he's just saying, we should go B because I can feel this entry coming, and he wants to take that duel with Caserado, or if Stewie's the one that activates him. That's something I'd be curious in knowing. And I wonder if they'll try more B in the future, but what's so impressive about Furia's CT side right now is just how confident they are in rotating. They're going to stack A, stack B on a moment's notice. And technically that's very abusable from Team Liquid, but we don't know if they can see that.
The 5 Deagles. Very fun round. You know, sometimes when you're losing, it's just the best of ecos. But Yuri, damn, man. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Twist and Stewie, each getting a Deagle headshot apiece, so we are 3v3. It's not ideal, obviously, for Liquid, as they still don't have armor or full weapons, but it's a little bit more than what they should have ever gotten. So now what?
I see the Deagle as like it's obviously like a mini op. I don't really like buying half armor with it. I mean, it can be great if you can upgrade your gun in the future, but the way I see it is like you post up for that one pick that you know you really love, that one angle you always get the kill on. And if you don't get that one shot off and get the kill, you usually just get sprayed down anyway.
So in the 3v3, Stewie's caught bottom ramp. Second man dies here top B stairs, and Naf's already been found out. So Caserado will play it patient, call for his teammates to come dogpile bomb. And Naf, you better just die before time expires. And he will definitely do so. He's going to run right into the 3, taking one with him, Launders. Furia lead 12-10.
Yeah, I just feel like you're gonna get sprayed down anyway, so you might as well just like forego the armor, save the 650. Take your best shot at GOAT. Okay, so like, yeah, I mean, Furia now, they seem to have all the answers, and they add another problem to the litany of problems that Liquid have run into versus the defense. They add another op to it. They've even got one of Vinny's special guns. He's gonna pull out the AUG here on CT side.
You know, the AUG not nearly as nerfed as the Krieg ever was, so still viable. But just kind of fell out of popularity, I feel, alongside the Krieg.
Yeah, it was like collateral damage.
Yeah, it's like its evil brother, you know, ruined their reputation.
Where did Henny just die? Was
that,
it
my
mid?
friend? Yes, sir. It looks like top mid where Toolbox used to be.
Okay. So we haven't seen Liquid like use this mid control much. Even when they get the kill sometimes, it seems like they just fall back, go to A. Oh, but Art answers back instantly.
Nasty. Just picks one off of the back line as well. There's still closer players for Team Liquid. And Art patiently waiting for the peek here. Elige about to walk right into it. And even with a little bit of damage, Art is too damn good. 3 frags off the op for Art. A 4th through the floorboards between the eyes of Naf. Yuri's going to take that final frag, but an excellent 4K from Art.
Yeah, that's, yeah, and he put a little hot sauce on that last frag too. That headshot with the op at the end. Oof. Yeah, he's feeling good. Again, we can just look at his stats from that last series that they played, and he beat out Yuri, which is not easy to do. Let me pull up that head-to-head real quick. Over the 2 maps, we had Art putting up 44 kills, 91 ADR across the 2 maps. Lower on the rating than Caserado or Yuri, but Art's been the rating doesn't define Art. You know what I mean? It's more, there's more to it than to the enigma that is Art than rating. His stat is impact. His stat is impact for sure. And he definitely can hang and frag with the best of them.
It's appropriate that he's named Art, you know, because objectively the stats aren't necessarily there, but subjectively you can see the beauty in it.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm gonna let that ruminate for a second. That's good. I like that. Yeah, the op, that's his paintbrush. but he can do it with a rifle too. That's his pencil.
Hell, dude, that Mac 10, sometimes he's just sculpting with dirt.
Way to take the wind out of that beautiful bit of poetry between the both of us.
They're going to walk into another op, and this time it's not Art on the A site, it's Henny top mid. Here comes Vinny, swinging from construction, gets the two-piece on the AK. Elysian Nitro are going to try to bombard the B site, but K Serrato catches them off guard, and he's looking for that final frag. He's hungry. Art's going to find it. Furia taking 14. They are 2 rounds away from winning on map 1.
That's pretty irrelevant because he would have died, but my favorite part is when he just waves his gun to like lure him out so his teammate could get the kill. Just, it looked like he was reeling him back like a fish.
Art's hot flank.
I think the key is like, you come in with a game plan, and then Furia, as they slowly figure out your game plan, they get you back to your old play style. And then once they get back to your old play style, they start playing like they used to as well. Just proving that they can be more dynamic.
Ooh, pistols on the push. Flashbangs in the eyes of Yuri. 24 kills for Yuri at the moment, and he gets away alive. Stewie is able to pick up one of those AKs off of Art's corpse. So a weapon added to the armored pistols of Team Liquid. They just play that fast clash up the A ramp. They kind of catch Furia by surprise. But it's not the initial bout that's the issue. It's these mid-round moments where Furia take massive gambles. Again, fully stacking up on this A site, putting Vinny in a cheeky position that Nafly will answer back to. But it is still the 3v3, and they've taken that single AK away from Liquid. Nafly dies, the last 2 Ts over here on short, and they too toppled. 5 map points for Furia on Vertigo.
This could turn out to be the sequel that no one asked for. North America here in this final again. Why did Liquid do this to themselves in the veto? At the very least, we get to see Nuke, which is going to be a fresh map that, you know, as was brought up, Liquid looked awesome on yesterday versus EG, so we know that this is a good map for them. Oh man, but it might be rough if we get to the third. Hopefully they can make this map even closer, potentially, but it looks like Furia, they're absolutely in the driver's seat. Hand on the clutch.
Just doing burnouts.
Yeah, they're just doing burnouts. They're the one controlling the GPS.
Yeah. Donuts in the Burger King parking lot.
Yeah.
The good old days.
Driving Liquid to get their teeth pulled out. Told them they're going to Wonderland.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rude awakening. Keeping the consistency in these site stacks. Naf fights back. Vinny down. Yuri up in with another kill. And he's got cover from his teammates, but here comes Elige. Good for just the one. It's Nafly, 28 HP, 1v3, minute on the clock, bomb on his back. Very few options, but he'll try to work this one out.
Any naffers? He's gonna need you.
Give him your energy. Oh. He's walking in. He's going to get cut off by CT spawn. Yuri's got this. You're not. Oh, Nafty taps into that first. Takes just a bit of damage, but Yuri's going to close. Kicking it off with aggression. Yuri, top of that scoreboard. Good. With 20 kills and 13. He tells Team Liquid here to go. Naf fight with 22 zone, but it's not Furia's map choice in their back pocket. Now we head to Nuke. That's what's up next, folks. That Mirage as the decider is the big question mark, but at least we got some fight here out of Team Liquid. Will they come through on Nuke? Well, we'll have the analysts unpack Vertigo after the break, and we'll meet you guys there.
That's it? God damn.
We are losing hard. Come on, Brazil.
The Brazilian movement just isn't that good, huh?
Am I supposed to be inside or CT spawn? Jesus Christ, I lost. Esse tá foda, hein? Ah, tem outro no meio. Dude, we don't play Vertigo. Oof! Not left somehow. For sure I lost this one too. That's like HLTV confirmed already.
I don't know where I should go now.
Tem que sair pra saída do Heaven aí.
Da onde?
Saída do Heaven, tá ligado? Pessoas pro Heaven.
Oh, I found it.
Sim,
Ô, se liga, ouviu, fazer um play aqui, mano. Presta atenção. Vem todo mundo lá, vamos riscar pra A aqui, guys.
Abre. Só mira.
Ah, esse boa, Eurão.
Art, você é Deus, mano.
Vertigo looking good still. Liquid did manage a few more rounds there, but it never really looked like you guys were losing it once you got into the second half. So, Nuke, right, it's been quite an up and down map for you guys, but you bested Liquid on it last time around. What do you see maybe a problem you'll have to face against Liquid on Nuke this time around? Because they've certainly improved since the last time you guys faced.
I think Liquid is a dangerous team, independent of the map, so we have to be aware of everything. They really like to play Nuke too. We really like to play Nuke historically, so I think it will be a good match.
And what needs to be happening here for you guys in order to take the win on Nuke? Because for me, I look at Nuke as like it revolves a lot around the success of what Art does, trying to sneak around outside. A lot of the times we see him either going down secret or maybe trying to get down towards the bottom of ladder.
Yeah, we need to focus on city side. If we do good in city side, we can really close the map.
All right. So Nuke is coming up next, but let's touch a little bit on this Vertigo because Maniac, you were spamming our chat. I could hear you shouting from here, man. I'm in Sweden. You're excited. You're loving the game.
Yeah, listen, this was a great game of Counter-Strike, I'm going to be honest. I don't give a damn about my prediction, Liquid, and all that. Really not. This is an amazing game of Counter-Strike we're having right here, right now. The first half is all I wanted from Liquid. Sure, it wasn't easy, it wasn't pretty, but they did put up the fight. But I need to talk about FURIA, and obviously I need to talk about Art. And I have another one of these clips coming in where you see the madness in the man. But actually, it's not just madness, it's also organized. We will see in here Art doing what he does best, but there's utility coming in. See, the flash is perfect. Art goes through the smoke. Elish has no idea what just hit him. He didn't even have the time to shoot. He goes on, gets Chewy2K, and he's gonna slowly but surely back away because Art is not a mindless player. No. He made the difference and now he backs off. He even has the AWP right behind him, ready to punish. This is FURIA in a nutshell. This is what we were talking about. This is organized chaos. They know what they're doing, and boop, there you have it through the smoke, heading nitro. And they even go a step further, which is basically once they've done it in this round right here, they had the setup ready for the next round, which was this time Henny with the AWP middle waiting to punish Liquid, which didn't want to play A because they got destroyed. You see where I'm going with this? It's actually a masterpiece. Their city side is beautiful.
Art is a genius. Art is actually a genius. That clip we had coming in from the break with him calling, let's bet on A, and then he goes, he dies, and then the remainder of his teammates here, they had 3 of them at Sandbag, Semler. 3 of them waiting at sandbags, and Liquid just walk on into it. Like, what are you meant to do against that? You've made the opening kill, you're going for basic map control, and then guess what? The rest of the Furia players are just standing there waiting for you. The way that these guys play Counter-Strike is so disruptive. That word that Maniac used before is perfect, right? They completely disable Liquid. If you can't even get control of the A ramp without losing 1 or 2 members, how are you ever going to pull off a set piece or an execute? You just can't. You're suffocated.
Certainly looked like it on Stewie's side when we were getting reaction shots of him on camera, man. He was not happy. And well, that's definitely what you've got to be feeling going into a match like this where the aggression just goes unmet. I think we should just focus on Nuke then, because I mean, Vertigo, it feels like this was pretty one-sided in favor of Furia. Furia looked fantastic. Are Liquid going to be able to turn it around on the next map in this series so that we can see that map 3 that you guys got so excited about?
I can still see it coming. I haven't lost hope, I have to be honest with you. I think maybe Nuke, in terms of the CT side of Furia, doesn't fit that play style so much. We see it on Vertigo, they like to be disruptive. Look at this clip that we have right here. Art is playing combat style AWP lane on Vertigo, right? Now, if you transpose that style to Nuke, I think the possibilities are a bit more limited. I think Liquid will have the possibility to display their entire toolbox if they want to. It's not going to be as hard as on Vertigo, but it's not going to be easy either. But I still hope, and I still believe in a third map.
I think Liquid could edge back into this as well, right? It's much more difficult to stop them from getting space either with the vent drop or just doing standard wall smokes yard to get the room that they need there. The only way that Furia could deal with that is by doing crazy gambles. Now, they've already shown to do the crazy gambles, so I'm not going to put it past them here at all. And if they want to take the risks on their CT side, that's the place to do it. You're already up 1 map. You've heard Gary say in the interview that the CT side's where this one is won or lost for them. So take a couple of risks. Force Liquid to be even more flustered, because what it looks like for us at home watching is they are playing a scrim. That's what it looks like. You know, every bit of respect thrown out the window, every decision that it looks like they're going for looks risky. But like Maniac said before, this is all premeditated, right? The whole idea is to frazzle your opponents, and it seems to be working for Furia. That's the MO of these guys. And if they can keep it up, if they can continue to innovate different ways of doing that, man, I don't know how Art thinks about the game, but his CS brain must be huge.
It feels like, no, I don't want to go there. I don't know, JW, Kenny in their prime, explosive plays, aggressive plays, feeling the game, getting in there.
They're not in-game
he's got
leaders,
the reserve
though.
as well to know when to back off.
There is a
the thing is that he knows when to back off.
Yeah, and I think it's like Chad was saying. I mean, yes, JW and Kenny S, they in their prime, they did and they still do master the art of being aggressive and this combat style AWP, and they can be super flashy, right? But Art is so much deeper. He has the grand scheme of things in his mind. He's an IGL. He has an idea, the bird's eye view of what's happening, and as you were pointing out, he knows as well when to pull out, when to be safe, when to be defensive. So in that regard, I think he's just more complete if you talk about aggression.
Okay, well, we got to stop gushing at some point about Furia and actually try to Liquid here, because I feel like you guys, both, in-game leader here, and well, Maniac might as well be. It's getting a bit out of hand. Liquid, as far is Stewie going to be up for touch? Like, what I'm thinking about when I look at Nuke right now in this series is that yesterday we saw Liquid crush, Elish popped off, everything looked fantastic. First map of a series, and they hadn't had their heads kicked in just yet. Here we're going into a different scenario where Nuke is second. Yes, it's their pick, but they just got rammed on Vertigo. Are they going to be able to bring that same level here?
They got to start on the CT side yesterday, Semler, and that's the concern, because today they have to start on the T side. What Elige was doing, when we saw them playing, was locking down the map. He felt like he was everywhere. But the T side, we didn't actually get to delve too much into what to expect from Liquid, right? And that's where, if the communication falls flat and they are frazzled from map number 1, and then 1 or 2 of these Gambit stacks that Furia do comes into play, I worry that their game plan falls apart here. Because look, Art, he's not one of the highest rated players for them on a map like this. This is where Serato, the turrets step up, and that is a good playground for them. The CT side for Serato, it's a good map for him.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the analysis coming out of Vertigo and going into Nuke. It's time for a quick break, and when we come back, we will be getting into the action. We're going to see if Liquid are capable, or if it's going to be Furia keeping on in the tournament.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got yeah.
Right.
We're all.
done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise,
it's kind of on this guy. It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
We're going to go with this one.
Who you
No,
getting?
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh. He got who he wanted.
Dream team. Yeah, we got
All
dream
right.
team.
Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
He's my mate.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance map. It's training time.
Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah.
Really good one in
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to it. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, she's complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. Just good synergy here, man. I can
So
feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe. He likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just strafing. It's not like pivoting. Okay.
Him like running around in a circle on you.
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
Welcome back, everybody, to the match of Furia versus Team Liquid. The Betway odds swinging ever further in the favor of Furia, and understandably, wouldn't you say, after Vertigo?
After the veto. Yeah, this is 3 tough maps. I mean, you know, Furia no slouches on Nuke. They did pull a win out versus Liquid at Masters last week, 16-14. And yeah, they lost one to Chaos, so that's something. I mean, it's not a bad start to the veto for Team Liquid from that regard. It's more about the third map that I think things get very sketchy, where confidence gets to be shaken a bit. But at least we should get a competitive map. And it was kind of funny to see that first half like kind of work out marginally well for Team Liquid. But as soon as they got to the half that they didn't really get to play that much last time, they just got smacked. Yeah. 9 rounds in a row, no plants.
Absolutely. Stomped.
Yeah.
So here we go, back into it. Map number 2, very quick start, so it seems. We've got the squeaky door blown open. We got Vinny watching Hut, and we've got Team Liquid sizing up the lobby. But Quesarado, well, it seems he's gonna play slightly aggressive. Gets posted up in the trophy room, just chills, waits, and then wants to retreat here. He's got the teammate to give cover. Nav, he's slipped into the hut, and he'll execute Henny. That's a big first kill, but look at the damage that Team Liquid have sustained in the meantime. Vinny on the doorway of hut, able to scoop one away. A second headshot for Vinny. Now Yuri, he's tapping into the back of Elige, but Nitro gives that cover. And this, that first aggressive stance from Quesarado is meant to make the difference. Nitro right here on the doorway. Last 2 Ts, incredibly tagged. Quesarado, full health, 1 shot, and turned back by Twists. Team Liquid taking the T-side pistol.
Well, damn, they had to work hard for all those kills. All the bodies, just Flanders feel all over the A site, and ultimately Twist comes out ahead. Another clutch to his name so far in the series. They had that fantastic 1v3, I think a 1v1 to go his way. versus Henny, if I'm not mistaken, then yeah, we've got this one as well. Although it's more about all these in the middle frags that kill feed full up the entire time, and Gary's not happy about that one. And Adren is fired up. Yeah, that was pretty cool. And it looks like Naf maybe fast out of the squeaky, or just making sure nobody can get into position. He likes to control this door.
It's the pistol crunch. 4 pistols pushing past the lobby entrances. And Naf is just going to sit back behind the squeaky boxes. He is good for 1, but it's K-Serrato with a double. Looking for the 3rd. Headshot connects. K-Serrato. Oh boy. He has thrown this round up into the air. Where will we land? Well, Elige, he's going to be coming into the flank of ramp. K-Serrato tries to get in front of it, and now he's got a teammate to draw over here, kind of disrupting the crosshair of Elige, who sprays away for the second, takes it back. Even numbers yet again, and they've got this scout pinch between them. Twists not needed, as Elige finds 3.
Oof, well, if you got Elige doing that, I mean, you're good. You can check out for the day. You don't even need twists anymore, but it's going to be Henny to drop down to try to maybe deny this plant. He's on 25 HP, but he could get a tricky frag here. There's the only player above that's not being covered. They had no idea this option was going to be taken, and now it's going to be a lurk contest, basically, as Elige. He'll go and recover the bomb, close the door on Henny. Henny, is he going to find a timing? Yeah, he does. Oh, but he gets off.
So
Elige.
close.
He's so low.
Ooh, 8 HP combined here. Single bullet. 1 bullet makes the difference. Elige, he's got his gun out. Oh, and Henny's gonna win it. That's Furia bouncing right back. 3-piece from K-Serrato and Henny in the 1v2.
Cut him off at the pass like it was an old Western. He was just trying to get upstairs to get the bomb down. That was a huge play by Henny. Oh, man. The tilt is in. The bomb was not being covered for Decon. Now, the problem is, of course, it could be someone in control window. It could be someone on the other side, but yeah, Decon was the one option. Henny finds that timing. And that was just beautiful. I mean, Elige could have been on there on the stairs with him, but he was trying to cover window and control side. And that was a gamble. And that was after Elige. After Elige put up that 3 frag on ramp.
Yes, sir.
That's going to burn.
Big play. The fact that Elige hits Henny as well before he's able to escape towards vent side, like cuts him from maybe like 20 HP down to 2. Just, the sting that Liquid have to feel after that one. But they came into this round with a mirrored buy as to what Furia had in the second. That 4 Deagle single scout not working out. Art trying to scope inwards towards the outer yard. And he's going to eat a little bit of a flashbang. Nitro's trying to find one at a distance here, but there's just a lot of players ahead of him, so it's never going to be easy for Nitro. He's getting peppered, he's getting salted, and he's still fighting back. Ambitious wallbang, looking for another one, and he can take all the time in the world. There's still 40 seconds up. About as much HP as he had once Yuri hits the headshot.
Elige was also incredible on Nuke versus EG yesterday. He had a 1.89 rating on the map, an 87% KAST, 128 ADR, went 26 and 10. So, yeah, we're seeing a little bit of that Elige today as well. Yeah, basically topped it out in basically every single stat category. We had an 11 round CT side. And they didn't have to get many. They only got 5 on the T side, but who knows how many they would have gotten if they started on T side. So a lot to find out about Liquid in this first half. Furia certainly going to be holding their breath for the second one. But yeah, we definitely know Liquid can play here.
Art's just flexing on him. Rocking the Deagle, doing the damage. And taking some in return. I mean, his compromise is outer ever so slightly, but he's fine. Yuri's never going to be overwhelmed by just the pistols. And he does have his attention turned, but Elige, he gets stuck. He gets stuck. And then he's roasted. Team Liquid still sitting on just the 1. Furia finding 3.
They put Gorilla Glue on the ladder. They got pranked. Hand stuck.
Hand stuck. Hand stuck. Poor Elige. Just mowed down there by Yuri, who's off to a lightning quick start here in terms of the kill count. 8 frags, 2 deaths, 4 rounds deep.
Furia have a 37% win rate on this map, but they've also beat Liquid on it, so. 3-1 start, confidence nice and high. Leech will start this ramp towards outside. It's not, yeah, we've seen players get caught here, and there's actually a ramp push to try to answer back. Twist and Stewie behind, bait the op shot out, Art's down, 3 players out of the round instantly for Furia. It'll be Henny and one teammate to pick up the slack, and Henny's been spotted.
Yes, sir. Yuri maybe gets a chance to shave one off of the B bomb site, but that's if Stewie even bothers committing, because we see that bomb carrier double it back through the lobby. So Henny is in the playmaker position, and now it transitions into the A hit fully. Team Liquid gonna win this second round, doing so convincingly, and if Elige gets a frag, it's just that straight up team ace. We got that aggressive stance from Furia. They tried to go for the lobby pummel, and it most certainly does not pay off.
From some of the pro player interviews, you know, we learned that like people don't like the lobby anymore because of how easy it is to push on CT side and how common it is to do it on the eco. And we saw that really bite on Team Liquid on that full eco in the second round. Here they do a good job of dealing with it, but you can see Furia pressing up against for the attack. They want to try it, and that must be somewhat scary. It's always the question of, do you get diminishing returns from having multiple people in the lobby if you're not going to use it for anything in the beginning of the round? Would you be better off having one person in a very safe spot to catch the flank while you work on outside? But for Liquid, they are focusing kind of heavily on playing inside the lobby, and maybe Furia reading into this want to take those early fights.
Oh, he heard that. Yeah, he heard that. The smoke pegs Yuri in the face, and now he's just stuck inside of the corner. Molotov will kill him, and he's not going to take anybody down with him. Art, only good for one off the op. Again, they get aggressive, and again, they get turned right back around. The double sniper setup from Furia, very costly, nearly bottoming him out all 5 bank accounts, and they only get that 1 kill. I mean, there's a world where Elige or Nafly may have died, but this is excellent for Team Liquid. They're going to tie it 3 rounds apiece early on this T side.
Totally. I mean, you got to give it to the team that's holding for the pushes to, like, you expect them to get the kills. So Furia trying the same aggressive option again. You're kind of happy to see Liquid stuff it, but yeah, certainly down but not out. Henny still has this op to try to save if possible. And we talk about the next round. So in their last match versus Team Liquid directly on this map, it was actually Nafly and Twists to be leading the charge. And we know all about how good Nafly is, especially on CT side, when he gets an op in his hands and how much impact he can have. But still, Furia pulled out that close victory versus them. And in terms of halves, we had a 9-round T side half from Team Liquid in that game. So they've proven so far that they can play well versus good teams, both CT and T side, in recent games.
All tied up. Single op survives. What's the buy, Furia? What goes around Henny in this one? Or is he just going to be that raid boss, that one-man army? But here's that smoke. Just hits him in the chest. Audio confirms it. Elige goes for the spam through the side of the smoke. And then, you know, he had nothing to do from there. So an unfortunate turn of events outside for Furia. And it's nothing other than everything Henny could save.
That was a Skynet level smoke. Just input the coordinates. He'll be here at this moment.
Yeah. It's like we got Brimstone in the server.
Yeah. Thankfully not. I want to see people missing smokes. That's what gets me going. Oh, man. They do it again. I mean, who's going to try it 3 times, right? It's fool me once, fool me twice, but fool me 3 times?
Fooled me, can't be fooled again.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Vinny's up above the hut, and down he goes. I like the element of surprise, but he doesn't survive long enough for impact. Yuri, oh, he's seen a bunch of players, and with Art cutting off that bomb, now Yuri's gonna start coming in from behind. It's a deep grenade versus Art, but Yuri, oh, timing could be everything. He's gonna walk forward, sees a back turn, bomb down again. 14 HP for Nitro, and they still haven't recovered the explosives, but Yuri's recovered a gun. So suddenly he is fighting at full force, barring the aim punch. This is even. In fact, it's not even. The T side at a disadvantage because Nitro's so damn low.
I like this.
They just go slow.
Yeah,
Nitro's found the opening. That's
Nitro,
the exit too.
Yeah, they missed one shot. Nitro's low HP, so we have that fake vent drop actually. Oh my god, Yuri is baiting them into coming back upstairs.
Oh, he gets into the cover. He's just gonna try to tuck this. We heard the footsteps fall. Where's the second player? He doesn't know. There's the bomb denied. A little bit of damage. 7 seconds. They need this kill. Liquid take it in the final few moments.
Oh man, that was so nuts. I don't know if they heard anything, but if they did hear the vent drop and came back to heaven that way, oh man, that Liquid are counting their lucky stars. Damn, dude, this is scary, man. FURIA are like the SWAT team right now. Liquid are just at home, and they're just like hanging out in the lobby waiting for pushes, but they keep coming the exact same way too, with an op, via ramp, with 2 people. And then some more pushes come through. Very, very nice attempt in the clutch there by Yuri.
Elige has managed to work by the player behind red, and he hears Yuri spamming shots with Henny here, so he's gonna find the better of the timing. That's Naf with the molly kill, and Elige hits the double. Slipping by Art outside, just compromised the entirety of this A site. And unless CSGO and Art have a 2v5 in them, this is a 5th round for Liquid's T side in the opening 8.
Man, Elige is in full iPad mode right now, just touching different parts of the screen, taking out targets one at a time.
Like
his
Fruit
flicks
Ninja.
looks exactly. His flicks look so precise. Well, that's a pretty solid round to start things off. Of course, Art is in their spawn.
Poor Naf. He was low HP, not destined to live. Now, do they walk into CSGO? Because cost efficiency is a big deal. And CSGO, he's going to cut down 2 more players. They frag versus 3 of the 5 here for Liquid, so it's still a round win. Liquid will take it, don't get me wrong, but this could have been 5 survivors, and instead it's only 2.
Yeah, for sure. They take a risk and try to. They imagine they go 1 for 1. It's fine. And yeah, that's actually so. I wanted to get this hashtag going where you could contribute to different CS terms that you want to have defined, because it's something that Chad was talking about a lot. Hashtag CS glossary. If you have a term that you see that happens that people don't really have a word for, and I think one of those that we just added was that I want to do is an overhead win or loss. But an opening op kill, oh my god, with the quickness, Art comes through, and the deagle to combine. These guys are working together like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, it's a jam fest out here behind the red box. Twist, he's just regaining vision now. Wasn't quite sure where he ended up in the end, but he finds the back turn to Vinny. This could be the big pinch onto the A site because nobody else is actually in position. And don't forget, it was just Art coming in armored. They didn't have much to work with, seeing as he was the only man to save. Now who saves them? They opened up the round wide, but Yuri's died. 2v3, and Naf looks hungry to lock it all down. He's trying to cut off the crusts, and Art, wow, comes out of the vent. Now Twist, he's gonna have a chance to skewer all 3. There's the headshot, but the op of Art makes the difference. 4 frags from the sniper of FURIA. He's not even the always opper, but he makes it look so easy.
Going up the vent and getting off the ladder into the site, that's one thing. I mean, basically anybody can do that. But then you hit the shot too? Really? He was one or 2 bullets from death there.
I want to see the second one.
He starts this round off as well, like, holy, just 3 peeks through the smoke. Can't believe that. Instant. Just pure Kodak moments here from Art. Yeah, that's a tilting round. Vinny's like, I can't believe we won that.
Disbelief. All right. Well, that's an exciting one because it keeps this one pretty damn close as we begin the 10th round. It's a buy-in from the CT side that costs them everything other than Henny's extra cash. Oh, excuse me. Art's also got some as well, so there's a little bit of an insurance policy, but look at Stewie 2K. The criminal slips through the squeaky smoke, but he won't find his way back through it. It's a solid hold for the first 2 frags. Vinny's able to double down onto it, but Naf, off the rooftop of Mini 1v1, wins it out with a 3-piece as he slides right through.
Oh, that's Jeff Goldblum smooth again, baby. The moves from Naf, this mini flank that's come in. We had a Liege come through with that, Naf come through. Ice in his veins, looking super smooth. That mini crossfire we had going on, plus the guy way downtown up in the rafters. CSGO will join them in death. He's got the moves.
Like Jagger.
Indeed. Or like Jaguar. What did Banks say this is like, he said, what is this, no, Pimp said it was a lion.
Wait.
He thought the Furia logo was a lion.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you say Jaguar?
Yeah.
You mean like
no,
Jaguar?
But no. I was just saying, hold on, wait, sorry, what are you saying? Should we move
Jaguar.
on? I'm not exactly sure.
No,
oh, the
no.
pronunciation, okay.
Yeah.
Jaguar.
Yeah. Jaguar. I used to be made fun of as a kid because I would say Jaguar.
Okay.
And, you know,
Well,
I take
should
any
I be
shot at
made-
you I can.
Should I be made fun of as an adult? Because I still say that, I think.
Yeah, I think you get made fun of more so.
Oh, no.
But, yeah. I think it's a Puma.
Hey, listen, if I could survive picking OG, I could survive Jaguar.
Yeah, that entire cast started to just become an anti-Mohan propaganda speech.
Don't even put that in my mind, Jaguar. Now I just can't stop thinking like Jag and wires. Okay, Art, whoa, well, he found a new avenue of interest. First ramp outside now through the squeaky. You think this would be the first one he picked?
His teammate swings the door wide, and he gets the pick versus Naf. So that works out well. I really appreciate Art getting a bit more aggressive here, too. You know, they may anticipate him sticking around, but I don't think this angle. Flash is going to hit him. Oh, and he flicks back in time. And Vinny Blind in with another one. 4 versus 2. He flicks back without knowing in what universe he exists. But it is still the 2 versus 2. This is anybody's round. CSGO's going to get aggressive off of the ramp, as he has, and Henny sits patiently back sight. These two Ts trying to combine their efforts. But that's going to rely on neither dying before the other comes into position. Henny, he's got the back turn to Elige, responds with both! Henny double kill off of the back of the bomb site. Furia win another. They are now within 1.
The lockdown. Bro, can we play that Art clip again? This guy swung that thing like a fishing pole.
Yeah, that's kind of nasty. And then the...
Try to register that.
Yeah. Yeah, that one stings, huh? Hey, I'm gonna lap all of this up though. Don't get me wrong for a moment. I want more of these crazy rounds. I want Counter-Strike that's on that. I want borderline insanity between these two teams, because if it's gonna be another 2-map blowout versus Liquid, then I think it's fair to say that they are not the best of North America. But we'll find out. Vinny, he's gonna get tested as Stewie swings wide off cut, and Henny had to give it up. But Art comes in empty-handed. Oh, but they've dropped the bomb in the meantime. Henny, he has to commit to the gunfights. He's running out of bullets. He's got a teammate just beside him. Both the CTs drop down. Even ground, but not even HP. 2-round lead back for Team Liquid.
Finally, an awkward situation that Liquid can win. And Trent's like, I'm so glad not to be a player anymore.
Yeah, analyze
have
that.
to deal with it. Yeah, playing against Furia. It just doesn't sound like fun. Playing as Furia, that sounds like the most fun. Yeah, unless you're Vinny, I guess. But yeah, he's usually smiling. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. So Furia, they are now back on the pistol. So we're off to that good T-side start that they had last time versus Furia. And again, they had an 11-4 half on their CT side, and it's this mini that's getting exploited once again.
Yeah, the mini split really taking them off guard. Furia, they go for the hard ramp hit, and that one doesn't pay off. So a flawless round coming out of Team Liquid. A 3-round lead on the T side of Nuke, but money back in the pockets of Furia, so they reinvest, of course.
I wonder what's in the strat book. Well, they were like, round 4, we did a lobby crunch. Round 5, lobby crunch. Round 6, lobby crunch. Round 7, lobby crunch. You guys want to do lobby crunch this round?
Maybe. There's been a lot of that ramp presence, but I feel like that outer yard, and mini specifically, is too much of a glaring issue to keep that one up. So I'd be shocked if they don't throw more defenders at it, but it looks like it's just Yuri, and he lets Twists through yet again. It's just the one frag from Russell, but the A site's compromised. And even with Yuri shutting down a Liege, which then takes the outer yard back into the CT's side, so be it. The bomb plant's in, the damage has been done, and you'd think the round is won as well. Because these last 2 members of FURIA, it's going to be a tempting save.
Damn, yeah, they found this one like small timing on this mini player to get in through mini, and they're speeding it up every single time. So every time FURIA try to adjust fast enough, they get flanked. That's pretty cool. You like to see that from Liquid. They found the wound, and now they're just kind of agitating it. They've buckled the right knee. They're just constantly kicking it. And I actually wanted to draw this analogy to the UFC with FURIA, where we know it's always a big problem for fighters when they can't find sparring partners that are like the guy they're going to fight. And that's like one of the biggest things about FURIA, that like even if what they do is somewhat gimmicky, because you can't find practice that represents how FURIA play, you can't find art anywhere else in the literal world, then you're going to have a hard time preparing for them apart from just theory striking in your mind.
Yeah,
Getting used to it can only come from playing them. Yeah. I know you watch the UFC, so I figured it's an apt one.
Liege taken to the top of the box. Doesn't see that there's a CT behind him, so easy execution for Art. Are they going to rely on the ramp hit? They're lining up for CSGO, but the further he backs up, the easier they will be able to surpass that crosshair. Flash in front of it definitely had an effect. You saw Stewie turning into the corner, but there's no CT to come peek from hell, so CSGO all alone dropped as 4 players flood the depths of this B bomb site. And because there was no warning, sure, he had a hunch. There's not a hard rotate into position. Vinny, he's gonna flash through his own smoke, cutting off a first player and a second versus Stewie. Can't manage anything further. Whether that was his own smoke or not, he plays it well. And Naf now 1 versus 3. Or 2. Excuse me, FURIA pumping their chests, making them seem like a bigger threat than what they really are. It is just the MP9 on Henny, and Yuri barely standing. Final round of the first half. Double digits on the line, and Nafly, he's just looking for the headshot versus Henny. Ooh, he's gonna miss it as FURIA take their 6th. So they close the half with at least 1 round. But if it wasn't for that second round upset where they strung 3 rounds together after Liquid won pistol, then who knows how big of a blowout this would be. We've got the Brazilians switching on over to the offense. Join us after the break to find out who takes Nuke.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's all right.
There's an internet cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Liege, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as f***. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you beat in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time I blocked you, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so I'm gonna...
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. Not Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see ya, dude.
Linda, jacaré! Boa!
louco, tio!
Vamos, jacaré! Eles estão chocados, mano.
Que foi isso, mano? Que foi isso, cara?
Yeah! Brazil! What a clutch there from Henny to close, man. It's a 3-round lead for Team Liquid still, however, so it's an uphill battle, we'll say, Mohan. But FURIA, they've already got that map in their back pocket. The pressure is somewhat off. And I think that bodes well for the offense. If there's anything else for us here on Nuke, I hope it's just as a chaotic, crazy half as what we had in the first, man. So buckle in, everybody. This could be FURIA taking the 2-0 or Liquid starting the reverse sweep. Flashbangs all over the place. Hot damn. And they get down into the B bomb site. Door swung open. Stewie looking forward. Zinni finds the opening kill. Stewie's gonna try to turn his attention back to help out Elige, who has managed the headshot, but Stewie gets dinked, so it's man advantage here for FURIA, and pressure as well before they can even get the retake rolling. Poor Stewie, fighting for his life, goes down.
Oh, and they are just about out of it, unless Twist here. He can find a couple of kills. Always very careful on the peaks. Keegan catches off Art, falls down, clears out this blind spot. Henny will lock it down, however. Leave it in a 2v1 and also get the last kill. So clutch on the pistol so far. First round, we saw that TeamSpeak. He had that clutch coming in, or that was the second round, I think, of the first half with the Deagle. And here, looking so damn smooth. And yeah, it's a great start. Straight up into the pistol with both plays, the ramp and vent split. Doesn't cost you much utility to go either route. They just had that one smoke to come down, a little bit of delay, and then they met each other halfway, and FURIA are up to 7. Now again, we do have a lot of good things to say about Team Liquid. They had an 11-round CT side yesterday. So for sure, FURIA are not in a strong position just with that pistol alone. Well, we know they always surprise. Naf just suppressing fire through smoke.
Yeah, it's a numbers game, and he eventually hits one of those shots. Funny enough. So Henny's going to be relegated to the Smack 10, and Art on the AK now. Ooh, Elige goes big with the Deeg. Looking for another one as well. He's going to get pressured by 2 more terrorists as he's already cut down the double. And now it's just the straight up all in from Furia. Ooh, Molly past the vent, so he could still very well catch them by surprise. He does a bit more damage. CZ from Nitro. They know where 2 of these CTs are at. And Stewie's going to get pressured back because of the flash. Nitro holds on. Burned back. And he just waits here. This is still an advantageous position for Team Liquid. Can Furia fight their way out of this? Further damage being done. Now all 3 of the remaining Furia players are on less than half health. Stewie with the scout, connecting shots left and right. Good night. This is just like the first half, where after the players 1 pistol, we had that upset in the second round. It's not over just yet, but I think it is here, Mo.
Yeah, I think so too. Stewie just playing connect the dots on those 2 players inside the B site. Yeah, and it's at 10 seconds left. We'll try to hold on to this AK if we can, Henny. That's about it. Not going to be an attempt on this round, and it looks like he's found Sanctuary outside, but he's also found Solitude. Every single one of his teammates has died, and he's down to 30. That's a pretty sick comeback. After that, dropped second round, and finally, Elige has one of these outstanding rounds where his team needs it in the second round of a half, or like an anti-eco type situation. An eco here, and the kills aren't in vain, and is basically the point. He gets the kills plus the round win comes in. Him and Stewie, the tag team, the dynamic duo, and we've got a pause called, and I'm not sure if it's attack or a tech.
Or a toe.
Oh, good attack. Yeah. Don't laugh at that. That was like a Keck W laugh too. Don't even do that.
Yeah. That's my dream one day, is to be able to replicate the Keck W entire video. But I think we're ready to go back, actually. Yeah,
oh, perfect.
Okay. Cool. So, yo, settle down, everybody. Don't go any. I saw you trying to leave the room.
No tech pause memes,
it was,
all right?
Yeah. Get back in here.
Okay.
8 seconds to live time. What do we have in the buyback? Well, it's obviously Furia trying to invest everything they can. So unarmored scout on Art, utility with no armor pistol for Quesarado, and then those standard half-armored Deegs for Yuri and Vinny. Early grenade damage, however, that does not do them any good.
Yeah. The damage is unconfirmed. Ooh.
Not live. Not live. Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Is it Liquid who asked, or Furia?
Furia asked for the not live, but damage has been done. So now they're saying damage was done. It seems like Team Liquid are figuring it out.
Okay.
Restart. Oh no. I'm getting flashbacks, man.
Well, yo, you got to finish that DDK getting massaged in Spain story.
I do have to finish that. Yeah,
Someone
we'll see if this is
tweeted
in elongated pause, but
Hopefully
it looks like they're all ready.
Yeah. Oh, damn,
yeah, no,
that's
we're
too
good.
bad.
We're good.
All right,
yeah,
we'll
we all
save for the next
just
one.
rewind real quick and back into the action. You saw nothing. Everybody calm down. Same grenade, this time no damage.
Trying the same, yeah. They're moving out the same spots. Art probably would have gone for that same exact frag.
Ooh,
Nap would have probably hit that same shot.
And then comes Elysian from the secret stairs. Ooh, another headshot off at the AK, just flexing the heavier weaponry. They've got Vinny stranded on top of Mini. Elysia's gonna try to nade him, but ooh, that was a chance for Quesarado to come wide with the kill. Vinny still down for the count as Elige is just racking him up at this point. He doesn't want to die to the fire, and he's got teammates to keep him alive and kicking. Quesarado's gun goes dry, and Liquid run rampant outside.
Elige up to 18 frags so far on Nuke. Again, outstanding performance. What's in the cup, Elige? We all want to know. Wow, he's gonna really finish that. Oh, is that a bit of milk?
Oh,
Interesting. didn't know that was gamer fuel. Yeah, he was already up to, in their last nuke map, we'll just rattle off those stats again. 1.89 rating, 26 and 10, 128 ADR, plus 16 on the map, 87% KAST, and already on this map is up to 18 frags, looking like his former self. Time for the DDK story, I guess.
Yeah, well, first I have a question. If that was a glass of milk that we saw Lige drinking, and this may be a very hot topic, so
Okay.
I'd love for as many people to chime in on this. What percentage of milk? You know, what's the percentage of milk you buy?
I mean, I always go for whole milk because it tastes the best.
Is that 3.25? Are we different here in Quebec, Canada? I mean, we do sell our milk in bags, so maybe we're an anomaly. Yeah, I'm a 2% milk kind of guy.
Okay, yeah, I think whole milk is 3.25. I could probably Google this, but I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah,
I'll
just
trust
call
you.
it whole
So you-
milk. It's the red bag
like
for
it
the
thick,
Canadians
huh?
out there.
Yeah,
It just tastes better.
bags of milk. That's
I mean,
a real
listen,
thing.
It absolutely destroys my digestive system, but I do it for the delicious flavor. But that would happen no matter what, honestly, no matter what.
Yeah.
I could do the lactose free. You know what's actually interesting about lactose free? It did have lactose in it. They just broke down the lactose for you. So it actually turns into like sugars, which means the lactose free milk is just it's lactose but broken down for you, and it's sweeter.
So it's like a mother bird, like it's digested for us first.
Yeah, and then they throw it up in your mouth.
Mm.
So put that in your mind.
I see a Lige out of the chair. I'm gonna stretch.
See,
the
that's
legs.
me
I think,
that's what happens to me when I have milk. Gotta go to the bathroom right away.
This is why a Lige is one of the best players in our region, guys, because he takes the time to stand up when he has a chance. I think we should all join a Lige right now. Come on, little stretching session. You stand up, reach for the ceiling, take a big deep breath through the nose, out through the mouth. Bring your hands down back to your sides, and once more in through the nose, out through the mouth.
You done or?
I think
oh my
so.
God, he is
We have a
actually
player out of the
stretching.
server.
Do
you want me to?
No, I don't want you to do
want
the
to-
whole workout routine.
No.
But-
I was the DDK story.
Oh my God, yes, at a time. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I think it might be. We've got a player outside of the server, so this is a chance. If you guys got something quick you need to go do, go ahead. If you want to stick around, it's another story time. This is a story we started during the tech issues of FURIA versus MIBR. And we're going to bring it back. Now, Mohan, the reason this came up, of course, you had that excellent Turkish bath story with Moses and DDK and Potter. And this was my answer, okay? We were in Madrid for a Blast event, and we had the chance to have some time to ourselves. And it's nice every once in a while when you can find a massage place nearby. So, DDK and I decided to go walk around the old parts of Spain, or whatever city. I think it was Madrid.
Madrid.
And yeah, we were in Madrid. And sure enough, not too far from the hotel, we found a place that offered massages. And it was this whole like type spa place. You know, there was hot tubs and there was a pool to it, but we really just focused on the massages. And we noticed that around the building, it didn't really look like your typical spa location. You know, it wasn't very scenic. It was just a lot of apartment buildings, really. So it seemed a little out of place, but we didn't know the city. We didn't have many options, and we decided it was the closest to the hotel. It was the most convenient. So we booked some massages. We had to walk around for an hour. We came back. Now, when we reserved our time slots, we noticed that like the storefront was just full of a lot of old people. Nothing wrong with old people. They're very important. We've got to take care of the old people. They're the reason we're here, right? And so we're just thinking to ourselves, well, how fun, you know? We're the two young, strapping lads that walk into this place feeling real sexy. And we come back for our massages, okay? They bring us into the back hallways. They bring us past the pools. They bring us past the hot tubs. But as we go deeper and deeper through the underground area of this weird building, we start to notice there's a lot of old people. And I mean only old people. And there's a lot of wheelchairs. And there's a lot of hospital beds. And then when they bring us to the rooms that we're having our massages in, it's not some fancy, schnazzy, candles lit type situation. It looked like a doctor's office. And when they gave us clothing to change into for the massages, I swear to God, they handed us adult diapers. And we didn't quite know what to do with that, Mohan. I'm sitting in this room, DDK's somewhere else, they took him away, and I'm thinking, man, this is the weirdest place I've ever gotten a damn massage. But we were there, and there was no turning back. Well, after the massages, which were great, by the way, we leave the place. And I'm thinking to myself, do I bring this up to Dan? Am I crazy? Is this odd? Is it all in my head? And we did a little further research. Turns out Dan and I booked massages at an old person's helped facility. Yes, it was not a spa at all. It was just a place that old people go to have physiotherapy, and we were the only people in there under 70. The weirdest experience of my entire life, I'm not gonna lie. But the massages were great, so be it.
Well, I mean, I thought that story was going to take a different turn. I'm glad it didn't. And now I'm just thinking they were probably pretty impressed by your genetics to have looked so young for your age to come through and ask for a massage.
You know, and because of the language barriers, we didn't think anything of it. But the lady kept asking us at the front desk, like, are you sure? Really? Just massage? Like, you know, she was trying to, like, red flag the situation, but we're just a couple of dumb tourists. So what did we know? And eventually she just took our money. And, well, it all turned out okay.
So was the diaper comfortable or not?
Well, let's just say I bought a pack when I got home.
You just went to the store, got some more, left an impression on you? Okay.
It's a lifestyle.
Nice. Well, yeah.
How do you think I cast these long days?
Standing up with a diaper, of course. Until we get the wireless headsets, we got to keep the bathrooms with us.
We've got 2 players out of the server now. Both on the side of FURIA. Seems like some ISP issues, Mohan. So.
Oh, we're straying farther from starting up. Oh, ISP issues. That's too bad. That's rough.
Sometimes it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of time. I don't think I have a story to match up to that. I mean, I was with you in Madrid, but I didn't come with you to the old person's home to get physiotherapy. So I totally missed out on that. So this is actually my first time hearing that story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we didn't tell anybody.
It was. Until there was 40,000 people on a broadcast.
Yeah.
I like that.
See, and that goes back to what you're
Always
talking about, where
content.
sometimes it gets a little impersonal, but we got to share these intimate stories with our friends in chat.
Yeah, that's true. Do we have any signs of so do we have any of FURIA playing together?
I don't believe so.
A lot of Team Liquid are in LA somewhere, but not. I don't know if they're in their offices or their homes. I mean, this is clearly Adren's got the branding going down. He's got his own logo on the wall. He did that with vinyl and paint. I'm sure that's pretty cool. And
we have one of the 2 missing players back.
Yeah, he's also got that jersey. So at LAN ETS a long time ago, what was the team? Team Dynamic. That was the team. So I got to I casted Shroud's first ever LAN match at LAN ETS, and my first time ever casting a LAN. He played there, and some of the Team Dynamic guys were there as well.
Damn.
Yeah. He played, I think, with Volcano, man. Now Volcano's making maps for Valorant. So much has changed. One thing that's interesting actually about Adren is that, I feel like Stewie, he often doesn't have respect for a lot of people and their knowledge on the game. But he said specifically with Adren, I've only heard good things about Adren from Stewie. Now when I look at Adren behind them at LANs, I always question is he bringing energy to this roster? Is he? He doesn't feel like a coach as much as he feels like an analyst, even though he was a top player, whatever. But as far as Stewie's concerned, he knows a lot about the game. He applies it well as a coach and is very useful in preparing for matches. And just as we're talking about matches, we survived that tech pause. We're back into the game. And it's a full-on block save, but they're actually going down the vent, and they've been out here pretty unscathed. Oh my god.
Nitro's going to dodge some damage here as Yuri gets into Mini as well. Twists Galil, good for 3. And the last man blown into tomorrow. So absolutely nothing invested and a bomb plant off of it. This eco round gets swept under the rug, just like the tech pauses and the story time. Thank you guys for lending us your ears. Welcome back to the action. 5-round lead for Team Liquid. Money's flowing, rounds are going, and this one could be all 3. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We are now starting round 20 with guns.
Okay, well, that's a pretty amazing plant to get in a round like that with just Glocks. That squeaky might be a concern. If I'm Furia, I pretty much shoot right for it. See if we can get out, get a vent drop as well. And throw that communication just into the most chaos possible on the CT side. Furia, a long way to climb back, but man, how quickly a lead can diminish on the CT side. We get a number of saves, and yeah, they've turned their attention directly to the squeaky again. Art drops right into a Molotov, takes a bunch of damage, but it's a Molotov that fizzles out, so it actually doesn't take that much. However, Nitro will secure the kill, but the plant all the while has gone down.
Yeah, it was covered by CSGO, so Stewie extending to cut down 1. Now it's the double peek from Liquid out of the ramp room. Twist will be the 3rd member of Liquid to come down from ramp, but Yuri is still upstairs. So Henny being over on the control stairs, this could be big. If he draws the oh, but he's blown out of his position. Naf just alley-oops it. And now the flashbang out from Decon here on Yuri. It's a matter of time. The bomb is quite low. Naf trying to stick it amidst the chaos. Glock shots out, and the defuse shines through. Team Liquid on 13.
Did he even have a kit to work with? Oh yeah, he did. He got it. I don't know if he picked that up after, but yeah, he just wanted to stick that bomb. Would have came down to the wire if Yuri scored a very lucky kill in that situation. And hey, rounds like that have gone much worse for the CTs. So just, you know, getting that bomb down can really change things up. But Nitro was very, very aware to catch that squeaky lurker. Some good damage here with just that utility. And yeah, Liquid clean up. Liquid clean up. They did a good job on pest control, because that's really what it feels like when T's drop into the vents. You've got the termites in the floorboards, and you need to try to flush them out. You know, the rat under the refrigerator type deal. And it's really hard to find them sometimes, and you've got to figure out what their next move is, and you lay the mouse traps, but sometimes they avoid them. That's how it feels when T's drop vent, and so it's no small feat on the CT side to be able to stop it, and Liquid at least do that. So it proves a lot for them, I think, in the CT side. And they've earned themselves and drawn out another buy from Furia, and Henny will indulge in AK for himself. The nades are pretty good overall for Furia, considering they just bought, and that plant clearly meant the world. So they'll give it another go here to defend against 14 for Team Liquid.
Again, that early squeaky presence. The utility's out, but the T's delay ever so slightly. It's going to play into their favor. Look, they get downstairs again, but this time minimal damage. And it's not just minimal presence. 5 players flood down vents. And this B site, it belongs to Furia. Frag grenade goes deep, a little bit of, chip damage, but that's a bit of a robbery headshot from Elige. The fadeaway frag versus CSGO. How do Liquid get back onto this bomb site?
They're clearing for lurks, but there's no lurks whatsoever. So they're going to go ahead and try it all, but an Art appears.
Yep. And then an Art disappears. Yuri, in the meantime, he also connected shots through smoke. So 3 AKs on each team, 3 players alive for each side. And Vinny, he's just tucked beneath the ledge. Bomb very far gone already. Quite surprised to see they go for this. It's not going to get any easier. Twists and Nitro, and just Twists left over. Yuri just buying the time they absolutely need. Bomb pops off. Furia find 8.
Hey man, you know, this is a round though so this is one of the terms I wanted to talk about in this hashtag CS glossary, which you can take part on in Twitter, but in overhead win/loss. You know, this is a round where Furia, they win, but they lose in terms of overhead here. They've got to rebuy 5. They have absolutely no money left over. And the bomb plant's the only thing that keeps them afloat. And so they'll at least put together 3 Galils and the UMP, but this would be a much better buy, like worse off on the CT side, close angles. Instead, Furia will really have to shoot for the stars here with this one. Art trying to entry upstairs with a UMP. It actually turns that into a vent drop, another successful vent drop, but immediately Elige stops it, and it's Art who has the bomb the whole time.
Yeah, successful in getting down there. Not successful in holding on. Alige able to double down on the frag. Fury slips past Mini and right into the crosshair of Nafly. He falls. Wild Galil spray from Henny. Good for an answer. And it's minimal health loss for him. 2 versus 4 to the favor of Liquid. As we get Furia slipping out Squeaky, just trying to collect some info. But again, the moment they drop down Vent, that's the big issue. Alige, he's just sitting on this bomb.
Yeah, the only thing that could happen here is if Alige falls asleep at the wheel. Or, I mean, I guess he was kind of low, so Vinny wins the duel after losing some HP. But Stewie he's got both sides of the vent, yeah.
And unfortunately for Henny, he lost his bomb carrier, still trucks forward, and had a chance to cut it down to the 1v1. If he kills Nitro, the NAF is stranded upstairs with 7 health. So that was a very winnable situation, but ultimately, it doesn't pan out to Furia's favor. Team Liquid, 14 rounds to 8.
Yeah, we just had the just the favorable trades. The favorable trades coming down, even though, yeah, it came a little bit close there. So they tried their damnedest. And actually, Henny hits Nitro in the he hits Nitro for 20 damage when he can only see his head. So one of those situations where, like, where did my bullet go? Like, how did I not hit him in the head if it's the only thing I could see? So it's very, very close. And it looks like, oh, we might have another small delay. I want to call it small. I don't know the future, but one would hope. I feel like Nitro's got like the pattern from a knife. He's got like a knife pattern.
It's
he's got
a galaxy.
Like a Doppler.
Look in the
he's got like a Doppler pattern. Yeah.
Look at the 4
pictures. Oh yeah, that's right.
There.
He's got the 4.
Yeah, so it's like that, you know, that blue and pink galaxy type stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, the colors of the universe, truly beautiful.
Of course.
I feel like Anders listening right now. He's like, how do I jump on this call immediately?
You see, the reason that it turns purple and blue is because of the nitrogen that finds itself in the dead dark matter of space, and that's my...
I feel like that was close.
It's the extent of my scientific knowledge. I don't know how this big ball spins. I'm just on for the ride. Double AK-47, triple deagle, and lackluster armor for Furia. It's dire straits ahead, but they will be able to pinch in through Mini, and that's the first AK successful already. Nitro to the top side of Hut. He's a little bit worried that his kneecaps are going to be taken out from underneath him, but, oh, it's his head he had to worry about. Henny with the headshot. Now Art, he's going to give that cover, and Furia have managed it. They just crank the dial from 1 to 10, instantly shutting down the defense on that A-hold, and Furia suddenly bounce back into the game. Now, it's a long road ahead, but a 9th round looks good for the Brazilians.
Okay, some damage here. As we just play this round out. I know it's only 1 round, and it's been a couple, but it's been Furia every time to try to take advantage of the Squeaky after they got down with the Glocks. And so, you know, why wouldn't you try it again? It's working so well. But, like, Liquid, what's the response here when they're going to try to abuse Squeaky every time? Are you going to risk allowing them to drop with 5 and get the bomb plant in the first 15 seconds of the round? Or are you going to try to put some measures in place to stop them from getting into the vent? Because they're really not punishing him that hard as well at all. And even with this mini play, I feel like they're trying to counter too much focus on the vent by wrapping into mini. But meanwhile, Liquid, I mean, they didn't really consider either option. Now the money is starting to deplete. They still got an entirely full buy on this round, but this will be kind of their last opportunity. And I feel like in terms of calling, it should be pretty simple. Just like, let's deal with Squeaky first, because clearly Furia have an affinity for it. They're probably going to try it again, because, like, why wouldn't they? And it's worked out so well for them.
They're going to keep on trucking. Opt for NAF, no sniper on Furia's side. Can NAF exert that advantage? Flash pass red box. Alige, will he be scared off position? Well, he's already tucked safely into the very top of the secret stairs, so he's fine there for the moment. Yep, Molly burns Twists out of position. Good job by Vinny. But will Twists go right back? Yes, sir.
You know, and good for him, because this is one place of sanctuary from anything that happens outside. You can insulate yourself from it and say, hey, I'll take these 50-50 duels, but no one's shooting me in the back in this situation.
Here's the utility being thrown all around him. Squeaky, the point of contention. Little barrel sticks around, and Vinny insta headshot. Shuts down Twist. Elige, he doesn't see Yuri coming around red. Now it's on Nitro in the back of the bomb site. Naf gives cover with that off. And Henny, I think he's just going to put down the smoke so he can evacuate the site. Yes, sir. Drops down.
Listen, it doesn't matter what time of the round it is. Vent will always be a problem for you. This instant rotation to lower and put you in a retake spot. So they have the man advantage at least. There's a SWAT team descends. That was sick. And Yuri, he's going to strike fear into their hearts by sitting outside, letting this play out. They'll probably tap the bomb, but they're scared. They're very scared, okay? He's won the mental victory, okay? We talked about the overhead victory. It's the economic victory. Vinny's in their head, so that's something. But Liquid, they get the match point.
Nitro on the back of the bomb site.
Does he get
shot through the side of the box.
Wow. You know it's good
So
when
turns
you
out
bring out that Owen Wilson. Wow.
Turns out the Doppler effect, you know, you were referencing the Counter-Strike skin, but I did a little research quick, and the Doppler effect actually is something in astronomy. It's the apparent change in wavelength or frequency of the radiation from a source due to its relative motion away from or toward the observer. Just so you know.
Okay. I feel like this was in the... This had to do with something in the... No, I don't think so. It's the problem of observation in quantum physics. I don't. Why am I even trying, dude? I feel like XQC right now. I feel like I'm XQC right now. Like I'm just trying to.
Earlier today, when Moses brought up Ace Ventura 2, and then immediately bailed on the reference, I died laughing on that one. He was absolutely correct. That movie is older than Oboe.
Was it literally?
Yes.
Whoa. I wonder if Wedding Crashers is older than Oboe. Probably not.
I mean, to be fair, the first Ace Ventura came out when I was 1. And it's my 26th birthday in a week, so... Yeah.
Hopefully
definitely a generational gap in Counter-Strike. But enough of the age. We know age doesn't affect your ability to frag. Forest is the proof of that. Not live. Not live.
A stalemate.
So Wedding Crashers was released on July 15th, 2005, which would make it 15 years old.
Okay.
Essentially. And therefore, Oboe is older.
Older than Wedding Crashers. Okay.
Yes.
Just a bit, though, right? Oboe is what, 16?
I believe he's 17 now.
17. Old man.
You might as well retire, right?
Might as well call it quits, yeah.
To be fair, let's double check. No, he is still 16. It'll be his birthday on June 26th.
So you're 1 year older than Ace Ventura 1, and Oboe is 1 year older. This is going to be like one of the secret questions for your login password or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off this cast and like
remember
my
this
bank
trivia.
account's empty.
Yeah. How much older was I than Ace Ventura when that came out? Answer: 1 year. When I was streaming and I had bots come into my stream and ask a bunch of questions, and at first it seemed like innocuous questions about just my general life and stuff, but then there was like a couple of the bots would be like, and at first I was joking with it because my viewers are there with the bots, we know they're bots, so I was like answering the questions, and then like one of the questions was like, what's your mother's maiden name? And I was like, wait a second, and then I realized like some of these questions they were trying to figure out, they were trying to like socially engineer yeah, these answers.
Try to lull you into it.
Yeah, and it nearly worked. It nearly worked.
You got to be careful out there.
Some real tricky stuff. Be careful out there on Twitch. Make sure to drink a lot of water. Enable
thank you for
water
reminding
bot.
me.
Yeah, water's always good. You know, your brain is 70% water. Mine's like 90. Stewie's probably 100. Team Liquid.
Hey!
Oh, they are landing.
Yeah, they can't talk. It's a tech pause.
Wait a second. Is that is that banana bread?
If it is.
It fell apart like banana bread.
You see, I saw Vinny with a headphone off earlier, kind of talking to somebody in the background. I thought maybe he was telling his mom to get off Netflix so that he could just keep playing games.
Yeah.
But turns out he is living with his teammate nearby.
Oh,
There's
the
your water,
frosted
bro.
glass. There we go.
Nap.
Yeah. But
Nicely
no baby
hydrated.
sips. You need to like swallow water.
Yeah,
you know
gulp. Are you a gulper?
Yeah. Dude, I have to, when I wake up in the morning, I have 2 giant glasses of water, and I'll get water all over myself because I actually have to, I just have to like drink it so fast that it starts coming out the sides. I have a compulsion towards water.
I like it. You get 2 birds stoned at once. You just take your shower in bed, dump it on your head, drink the other half, right?
Don't ever try to drink while lying down. Learn that lesson more than once. Well, it took me more than once to learn the lesson. There'll probably be future days where I try that again. Don't do it. It's not a good idea.
Again, we go live, everybody. This one, back in action, okay? We're just trying to get to that 3rd map so that we can solve the problems in between, perhaps. Or is FURIA, despite being slightly held back, still gonna manage to push this OT? We'll see. But there is an op on Art, and as per usual, he's the first man in. He throws up that smoke to get him closer to the vent, and it seems like he wants to fight on top of Hut, but that's not where he'll find any defender. No, they're gonna get Twists tagged with the utility. You heard the direct impact. They absolutely did. Twists keeping vision over the top of this smoke. Now he has confirmed that Art's in the corner as well. Damn, man, it's like we're playing dodgeball out here.
Oh, poor
Art barely alive.
I don't want to say poor Art because he'll probably find a kill later in this round. But yeah, he's down to 4 HP. So they've won Squeaky. That's a world's first for Liquid so far in this half. I mean, but to be fair to them, it's like the first time they've really tried it. So they focus down on that part, and they shut out FURIA. No one drops into the vent. And the clock has run down, so they don't really get a lot out of this so far, except for Twist, who's slightly low.
Only flashbangs left over for Liquid.
Whoa, yeah, good point. No Molotovs here to section out their opponents.
They're just gonna go for the A-hit. Looks like this is it from FURIA. They're able to get those first 2 entries. A 3rd kill as well comes in. The only answers from Elige, and it comes by way of a single frag. Man, we slowed down on that A site. The pressure kind of, alleviated for just a moment there to the favor of Liquid, and then FURIA, snap of the fingers, right back in.
Listen, FURIA, they squeeze water from stone on that execute, right? Like, even though Liquid are down on grenades, Liquid, like, had all the advantages there in terms of the positioning, and, like, they had already won Squeaky, so the re-exec, it wasn't even that special, and FURIA themselves were kind of low on grenades. And so that takes some perfect pathing, of course, upstairs, and they had to get a little bit lucky because you could see our man top Hut juggling between 2 angles. And with a bit of that luck and some great aim to join in, they get a lot out of that. And yeah, here's another round where we've got pretty much an overhead loss for FURIA because they lose the 3 players and they were on kind of a rough buy already. Oh, sorry, it's Twist up there. But this is just beautiful from Henny. I mean, he reads the CT's positions perfectly. And he strafes out so wide on a small risk that the backside player won't peek him first to make sure he can get the top Hut guy, and that just opens up the whole site.
So now suddenly we've got FURIA in economic control. They have 0 margin of error, of course. 5 more map points for Liquid. Twists aggressive off the MP9. That's 2 casualties stacking up versus Liquid. The ramp aggression, however, starts to pay off for Elige. 2v2. And Daf. Naf gets Art. It's all on Vinny. Or it's the forced issue, that lobby crunch. We talked about it. Teams trying to get away from lobby because the CTs can get so damn aggressive. They've got Vinny pinned in position. He has full utility, but not full health. And here's Nap on the reload, and Nap says hello, goodbye. Headshot connects, and we have Liquid taking it to a third.
It was a little bit labored, but they put it together. They grabbed that win on Nuke. They revenged from the last time they played. And now we'll see if Liquid will move on to their final fate. We've got Mirage, the rematch from DreamHack Masters, to see if they can pull this one back. Stick around, folks. We're going to have the analyst desk after this to break down Nuke and tell us a little bit more about what we just saw, and then we'll come back with Mirage following that.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got yeah. Right. We're all...
Yeah, done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise, I think...
Ranking-wise, it's going to come on this way, yeah. It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
You're going to go this one?
Who you
No,
getting?
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team. Yeah, we got
Dream team. Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
Use my names.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance map. It's training time.
Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah?
Really good one in black.
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to that. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, it's just complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. Just good synergy here, man. I can feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe. He likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just strafing. It's not like pivoting, okay?
Right. Him like running around in a circle on you?
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
Here, RBK gets a solid entry for shotgun. It's inconsistent, but it is enough. Just popping out of the box, and he lands one more.
Counter-Strike is not just about headshots. Audio is your best friend, and I'm going to show you some tricks using the sounds of weapons, utility, and the map so you can always stay one step ahead. I'm Anders Bloom, and this is Audio Advantage. Weapons in CSGO come in all different shapes and sizes, and they make all kinds of different noises. Aside from their primary use, here is how gun audio can become a tool with which to fool your enemies. In certain situations, the defense will know as much of what you're doing from seeing you as they will from hearing you. If you're jumping from high ground to low, it'll emit a loud sound that will tell the defense exactly where you've gone. But if instead, just as you're landing, you fire off a loud weapon, this will obscure the sound and thus make it impossible for them to figure out where you've gone. A lot of the time, this will give you the advantage needed to win the round. Another high-intensity situation revolves around the 1 versus 1 defuse. Here, a defuse again triggers a sound that will tell your enemy exactly what's coming. But with a scope rifle, you can add another sound to the mix, thus confusing them and thinking that you've come off the defuse. A lot of the time, this will trick them into delaying the push, and you can win the round while they're waiting around on the other side of the wall. Flashes, smokes, molotovs, decoys, and HE grenades. So many options to bamboozle the enemy. You've seen the fancy executes, the smoke defusers, but have you tried this? A clever way to use the audio emitted from utility is to throw them in one direction and then go somewhere else. A popular example here is the middle of Inferno, throwing a grenade to top banana and then going to the A bomb site. If your opponent is close enough by that they can hear the grenade going off, they'll think you're headed to B, thus giving you a huge advantage. Because some grenades, molotovs, HEs and smokes can only be carried one at a time by each player, they give away critical tactical information even when heard across the map. If you hear 2 or 3 smokes going down on any given position, you know that there has to be 2 or 3 people in that position, thus giving your team a critical tactical advantage. Finally, we have the maps, set in multiple locations around the world, all with a different unique sound design to help you. On a map like Nuke, you can sometimes sneak a teammate down to the lower part of the map. But past a certain point, either at the door or at the window into the B bomb site, they either have to break the window or open the door, both of which will make a sound that will give away the game. But if at the same time, on the upper side of the map, you open the door or break open the windows at the ceiling of the A bomb site, that'll cover the sound and confuse any enemies into thinking that you're only in one of these positions. A clever way to trick your opponent is to intentionally leak audio. As you're stomping forward in one direction, let's say on the B ramp, you can suddenly stop and walk backwards, reversing course. Anyone hearing you will think that you've made your way into the B bomb site, when in fact you're now back waiting for them seconds later to show up. That's it. Some tips and tricks on how to use audio to your advantage within the game. Try it at home. Impress your friends and annihilate your enemies. Share your audio skills with us, and we'll share your clips on our social channels, showing off the best in audio advantages that CSGO has to offer.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a longer break. I'm sure you were wondering what was going on. It turns out we have to make us some adaptations here going into the third map. A couple players are having some troubles with their PCs, so we're going to be figuring that out. And in the meantime, well, we're going to discuss what we just saw on the second map of that series already. That's something. I mean, Liquid looking much better on Nuke. And obviously we get to talk a little bit about Mirage, what's going on there. And, well, you know, wherever else this wild CS journey takes us, you know, we'll wind up there. So, I mean, already we can start talking a little bit about Nuke. You know, what was going on this map?
Well, I think there are two main elements that I take away from this second map. The first one, and the feeling that I had on Vertigo is confirmed, this is a good Liquid we're seeing right here. Even though they lost Vertigo, that was a decent attempt from them. I like how they approached the map. FURIA were just too good on the damn first map. Now, Liquid move on to Nuke. They keep on going with the same intensity. The trading is definitely in place. The skill is definitely here as well. We've seen some nice kills from Twists. Nitro was also quite solid. And the second element is the one I mentioned as well in the pre-show. Nuke does not really fit fit that playstyle. And we were talking in our WhatsApp group, we were getting crazy about what the things that FURIA was trying to do. But Nuke is just a different environment.
I really liked watching it though, right? And I know that it didn't pan out for them in a lot of situations, but just see them realize that their playstyle needs to be hyper aggressive to get any rounds on the board, and how I don't want to say desperate, but just how they forced it round after round after round. That right there to me was crazy to watch, because having Art pushing everywhere with the AWP on the CT side of Nuke, I had players, right, that I would just ban from going aggressive on Nuke at all when I used to play. I even had rules on T side Nuke back in the day that there was no AWP to come out to play, because I thought it had that little value. And Art is running around making this thing work and making the game super exciting. Now, it didn't work. What I thought was amazing was the fact that Liquid were able to weather that storm and not get frustrated. Like, I would be so tilted having these guys running at me time and time again, doing things that make no sense. That's the CS rulebook being thrown out the window.
It is. I mean, we've got the clips going on still here. I mean, it was a real light show. Was there anybody on Liquid that stood out to us in particular? I mean, Elise showed up once again. It feels like he's just Mr. Reliable right now on Nuke for Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. Elish is always here. Whenever he misses, then we have to talk about, obviously, but he was online in that game. That is 100%. Naf on the T's had a couple of clutches that were absolutely key. I have one flank in mind where he comes from Mini, and it's not exactly 1v3, but the 3 kills he get in a matter of seconds completely changed around. Nitro was quite solid as well. We mentioned him on the first map. He was completely absent, and we did rightfully so, but here he was definitely activated. Twist doing the turret roll inside was also very impactful. So for Liquid, pretty much everyone showed up. You look at the distribution of kills, 16 to 25, it's all good all around.
It felt like they were only really pressured when they lost control of those rotations, right? When you had the off-meta stuff from FURIA, or not the off-meta, but more like the real gambly, and they're just able to sneak down into lower, and that's when the rounds got a little bit more gritty. But I think here you can just see the firepower on Liquid step up, being able to take the heads-up duels, because realistically that first half was more like watching deathmatch than it was a game of Counter-Strike, right? Like that's kind of the way it pans out to me. If you're willing to just run head on, like that's what it looked like. It was just head-on Counter-Strike. That's cool for Liquid, because we know that they have good aim, and Nuke, you're not going to get as disrupted. You're actually going into the T's territory, whereas on Vertigo, Liquid weren't able to establish territory because FURIA was so far in their face on their CT side. So I like the fact that there was still a bit of tenacity here for a 16-10 scoreline, and I like the fact that it delivered from an entertainment standpoint, but all those flaws that Maniac highlighted, they stood out like a sore thumb.
And if that's going to be the case, I mean, how are we looking going into Mirage? Is this a map where you can take over territory? Is this a map where you can play to those strengths, the aggression that FURIA seem to thrive on?
I'm not over this video quite yet. I'm not there yet. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not done. Listen, Inferno was a possibility. Now we go on to Mirage. I'm gonna take a spin on that one and have a different perspective. I think that if Liquid were allowed Inferno and they decided to go for Mirage, that's a curveball right here. Because if you're FURIA and if you have decided to play Vertigo in your pick, there is no way you're prepared for Mirage as a third. All the indexes, all the ideas, all the rationals, they pointed towards Inferno as a third map. That would have been a more common ground, whereas Liquid, they take us for a spin, they go for Mirage. Every time this team met, FURIA actually won. 16-13, 22-20, 16-12. So it's not easy, but FURIA always won. So I have to hope that Liquid have something special in mind.
Well, if we pull back to Vertigo just quickly, remember Stewie like actually trying to dictate a little bit of the pace on the CT side by going for those aggressive mid plays. He was flanking down the ladder. They were being more assertive. Now, Mirage, not necessarily a map where you can do that in the same regard, because we expect people to push mid. We expect the CTs to push underpass, go for the palace aggression. Those are all things that are well and truly expected within this extremely overplayed map. So when you have to tailor it that way, I go, how are they going to be able to deal with this? Because Liquid, when they were playing with no AWPs, really, they were playing 5 rifles. Nitro would be passive in the window. They were happy to give you territory, lure you into the trap of mid, the crossfires of short and connector, and then mow you on down. But against FURIA, the game's not going to play that way. These guys are able to exploit the gaps all across the map. So I'm curious, do they just fire to fire and just go head on with a lot of the forces from Liquid? Yeah, let's go 3-man aggressive here. Let's stack this bomb site. Let's go gamble stacks as well. Because realistically, that is a huge part of Furia's game plan, is making gambles. And if both teams are willing to shove all in, which is what it felt like in a lot of rounds there on Nuke, then we just get another affair that's aim map. And in that point, I start to favor Liquid. I think there's more firepower on Liquid than there is on Furia. Furia have the tenacity, right? They have the crazy plays, but I think that Liquid, pound for pound, they have the better players.
Do they have the, well, okay, you put it out there, tenacity. I was thinking more confidence. It feels like that comes down to a confidence play, a game of chicken. And right now, I mean, it feels like Liquid have shown that they bleed and that they are in fact mortal. Furia have got to be feeling like they can go toe-to-toe with them on that front.
I agree. I mean, I think you can look at it both ways, right? Liquid, they just won Nuke. They have never really, shown up in that series before that map, so maybe they feel like, hold on a second, Furia, we can actually beat them. We could take them down. I was on their TeamSpeak, and I can tell you the atmosphere was going up and up and up and up, and when they won, they just knew they could do it, right? And I want to bounce on Chad's point about the A map. I think that's one of the requisites when you play against Furia, is that you accept that game and that you stand up for the trades, because they have such an intense play style that if one of your line of defense falls, that is it. The dam just cracks open and the bomb site is lost. There's nothing you can do. They play so close to each other and they're so ready to trade that if you do not do your job as the first line of defense, that's it, you're done. On Nuke, every single one of the Liquid's members, when he was tested, was good for 1.5 kill all the time, which means that the rotation behind him is easy second kill and you have it. If you do not do that job, then that's it, you just get flooded.
Yeah, I really like that
to stem
point.
the tide. It's a tough one, Chad. I gotta break the chain here for just a second, because we actually do have an interview from Adren who may be able to shine some light on some of the things that we're discussing right now. So we're gonna go ahead and listen to that now.
Dren, a good win here on Nuke, and definitely very comfortable this time around. So I want to get straight onto this Mirage pick. It is 100% win ratio for these guys right now. So I'm guessing you've got something prepared, because you could have gone with Inferno, which looks like a bit more of the middle ground for you two.
Yeah, we honestly think they're better on Inferno, and even though they had a 100% win rate on Mirage, it's against like not too many good teams. It's against like tier 2 NA teams, so like I think the stats inflated, and yeah, we have a game plan for it. It's gonna be a little bit different than the last time we played them on Mirage, so I'm excited for it.
And how confident do you think the guys are feeling right now? Because Nuke was looking really good, especially just at the end there, right? These lobby crunches you were doing, we can see that kind of the reminiscence of the old Liquid there.
Yeah, we're just trying to play with confidence, go out swinging. Like if we're gonna lose, we want to go out just trying to challenge these guys.
All right, well, there we go. There's the mindset that I was wondering about earlier. If you're going to turn it into a slug match, start going for the pound-to-pound aspect the way that Spence was talking about. Just go down swinging, and hey, if you got more behind the glove, probably going to get the job done, aren't you?
Yeah, I just want to rectify a fact that was thrown in this interview. Yeah, maybe the stats are inflated. Furia has a 100% win rate against other teams. They have a 100% win rate against you on Mirage. I'm just saying, I'm looking at the numbers. They've never lost to you, so...
I thought you were looking at me for a second.
Jeez, that's a really good way to phrase that. Like, I think that is a bit of a slap in the face right there if Adren was to look at that, right? Look, and also you have to consider the undefeated nature against any team is confidence for Furia regardless, right? It doesn't matter if they are smacking down tier 2 teams, and North American tier 2 teams are more like tier 4 teams, but in that regard, it's still a win, right? You have confidence in your own map because you're able to win on it consistently. Whereas if you're a Liquid and you're dropping maps against teams who maybe you shouldn't be, or you're getting pushed by a Furia who you definitely think you should be better than regardless of the record, like that has to be in your head, right? Like if Furia don't think that they are a better team than Liquid as far as world rankings would go, right? That would be insane for them to think that they haven't achieved anything near what this Liquid roster have. But they know that they've got the upper hand against Liquid, right? So that's the only thing that really matters in the head-to-head.
Now, one thing, actually, this is fun because we were talking about this ever since we've had to go into this online mode. But, in terms of achievements, in terms of LAN versus online, and what's valued more in terms of the results. And we actually had some of the players speak to it earlier this week. So we'll go ahead and listen to that now.
basically playing online is really different from playing offline.
It's always been that the LAN matches has been the most important in CS, where people argue that you really show that you can play CS on a high level, that you can handle the pressure of the crowd being there.
You feel like the pressure is not on you. Like if you fail, it doesn't feel as a big failure as it would be in a stage environment.
It's no stressful. You can drink whatever you want, and
online it's easier for the newcomers and for the people that are not used to the pressure to play better, because they sit in the environment that they have always been used to.
A lot of players will try to pick more, will play more aggressive, more ballsy.
It's very interesting Counter-Strike in general right now, because I think coaches are doing way more than they usually do during a tournament in a LAN, for example. So
in terms of communication, like the most notable thing about communication is probably that the coach can talk all the time.
Teams that have worse communication benefit from playing online as well. So again, the coach can sort of like maybe even calm for a player that doesn't talk much. Teams that don't have strong IGLs, maybe their coach can like fill in a lot of gaps for them.
It will favorite the dark horse, the challengers, team like this, because they have nothing to lose.
During a LAN game, people are a bit more calculated. They're trying to calculate, is it worth for me to do this? Probably not. I won't do it. So there's a much safer play, and I think Counter-Strike might look more beautiful on LAN, but at the same time, I do think online Counter-Strike has its fullest potential of what players are capable of individually.
So plenty of opinion there in terms of what the differences would be. Pressure, drinks, all sorts of things play into it. But Maniac, I've been reliably told that you can speak to this topic directly, and so I'm going to hand it over to you here, and let's see where.
Can I? Okay, I can take the lead on that one. Okay, before we go into the specifics of offline versus online, I just want to ponder on the importance of these results, right? Because I know that some people will have an easy time just discarding all of the results that are happening right now as it was online, this blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear it. I accept that at the beginning, some teams might have needed a time to adapt to it. This was a new reality. It changes a lot of the matchup. I can respect that. Now that we have realized that we're in it for a while, and it's very unfortunate. We all would like to go on events again. We all would like to go on offline events. But now that we have realized, and this has become our reality, the question becomes who adapted to it? Who became the best at dominating it? It's a new challenge, it's a new setting, it's a new paradigm. So I don't care that it was online. To me, all I see is a new challenge. I see a test, I see teams that have to focus and put 150% in new circumstances, and who do it best, well, they will be remembered as the kings of this period. Was it a different period? Sure, but the results should not be discarded at all.
You said that so much more eloquently than what I would have said. I would have said they need to stop complaining and being little bitches and just get on with it, because we're in the online era and there's no other way around it, right? That's what I would have said, but I love the way that you put it, because that is bang on, mate. I echo that sentiment 100%. There's no way out of this, right? We're all stuck in this same circumstance. You need to understand that, right? I don't want to hear this nonsense that I'm hearing from some of the teams. Oh, we don't feel each other. Yeah, well, how about you work out other ways of dealing with that? If you're not feeling the bond, maybe play some different games with each other so you can still feel that friendly environment, or fire yourself up in some way. Go look in the mirror, go look at a video where you owned at an event. Try and get yourself that vibe, build it for you, because this is a mental thing that we're talking about, right? You hear the players there on LAN, there's this, there's that, there's the crowd. Okay, yeah, all of those things exist, but we don't have that right now. So let's take that out of the conversation and let's look at where we are. So with the online side of things, look, the Na'Vi one sticks out in my head quite a lot. We'll get to that a little bit later. But if you can't get fired up when you're competing, right, this is still competition, and this is the only form of competition that you have. It's the same thing to me, right? You don't have the fans screaming, you don't have that intimidation factor, and you probably don't have that same feeling, but you should, as a competitor, still want to win no matter what, right? And you want to set yourself up in the best environment to do so. So teams who have had some wobbles online, I know it's difficult to adapt. I know that other teams are potentially taking a few more risks and it's frustrating you, but that's the circumstances. When we talk about LAN and playing to the crowd and the reactions of the crowd and the elements that are in a crowd and the way that you can on LAN, there's different. Look, we've all played at big events, Maniac, where we've heard like really, really loud, the speakers going off because we're in a bloody expo, so you do a rush, right? Because you know the other team can't hear you. That's using the environment to your advantage. You have to do the same in this circumstance here. And some teams are doing it and some of them aren't. And that's going to be very clear when we end this online era.
I thought that was very eloquent, Chad.
Right?
That was very eloquently put.
Yeah, but
concise.
I get a bit more
each point,
agitated.
one after the other. There was a flow. You get agitated or irritated.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
both
this
of them
is-
are pretty,
look,
like
mate,
either or.
I haven't seen a woman in 4 months, so you don't want to know the level of frustration that's going on.
All right.
So,
we can have a conversation if you want to know. We can all talk. This is a space of tolerance and acceptance here. We can share our feelings. Or maybe we keep it to Counter-Strike.
we'll save that one for off air.
Fair enough.
I don't mean to rub it in, but it's just don't have that problem over here, mate. But as far as the players are concerned, it's casual. So, I don't need to go back to LANs anytime soon. I mean, LANs are going to be great when we get, but like being home isn't too bad either. But as far as like getting into that mind space instead of that head space, because I mean, us too, we have to kind of deal with that sort of thing, right? When we're casting, there's a lot that's different when you're doing it in a studio environment or in an arena environment, all the fans going crazy. I mean, actually, the point that you just made really kind of stuck out to me is that you play in a different way completely, whether that's an atmosphere on the team, but also in the server. You're going to go for knives more often because all of a sudden you don't have the crowd giving you away when you're going for that knife, or like the fake defuse, the real defuse, sticking it. All these sorts of scenarios change the game completely. Do you think there's any teams that's really been impacted by this that like stands out to you, or do you think everybody's just kind of having to catch up?
I've had the feeling.
For me, it's like Fnatic, right? Fnatic have knifed more people, I think, in the
Fnatic
last
with
3
the
months
knives.
than everybody
Yeah,
else
okay.
combined. So it's like, I think Fnatic, like JW's just loving life right now. He's like, I can shake a bitch all day. It's great.
I guess it kind of fits in how they like to play the game, right? It does fit into their element now. Something that I have realized in this past few weeks is that teams have this uncanny ability to go from absolutely hot fire to completely ice cold from one map to the other. I think the momentum-based Counter-Strike is even stronger now. And one of the reasons, and that ties back to what Chad was saying, is that when you're on LAN, right, and you have all of this stimuli around you to make sure that even if you just had a round that is frustrating you, you can actually bounce back, you give a fist bump to your teammate behind you, coach or whatever, and then you go back into the game. I think that now this is the responsibility of the players and the individuals to do so when you're not on boot camp. That's a topic that we can put in parentheses for the later stages of. But for the teams that play from home, it is on the players to make sure that at the beginning of each round they are 110%. And I guarantee you some of these players that we have in this competition don't do that. And I'm not saying they don't want to, I'm saying they don't do that. So as a result, you see teams whose momentum just shift completely, and you can have team in a state A in map 1 and state B in map 2, and it's just night and day. It's completely different, and it's a challenge. Yeah, it is a challenge, absolutely. But then, as Chad say, you deal the cards and then you do the best you can with them, and you have to approach it in a champion mindset. You have to take it as a challenge and take it as something you want to dominate, not something you complain about. You take what's given to you and you make the bloody best out of it.
We can use Apex from today as a perfect example, right? He is the in-game leader and the emotional leader of that Vitality roster, and thankfully we have these cameras set up, and you could see, we can't hear what he's saying. Well, Maniac could, but we can't actually tell what he's saying, but you can get by his body language and just the way that he looks like he's speaking in what type of message he's trying to get out there. He's trying to keep his troops fired on up to keep that intensity level at something that may resemble LAN. Now look at these shots here. This is from earlier in the year. These teams are able to look at each other, across from each other. The crowd is there. They can fist bump one another. They can see the emotion of what it means for one another, and that is the difference right there. You've just completely changed the vibe from something that's isolated in a sterile room and an environment that you're super comfortable with to a place where you are potentially running off of adrenaline with how close some of these matches get, depending on the size of the crowd. You hear them yelling, the screams, it drives you, and you peel all those bits and pieces and you throw them all in together. And that's why when we talk about LAN and being able to handle the pressure, it's so much harder, right? If you can withstand the pressure of the crowd, the opponent, and making mistakes with thousands upon thousands watching you live, that's when we talk about the world-class players. But if you want to look at the flip side of that, if we're online and everybody's in their home environment, doesn't that mean everybody's playing better Counter-Strike?
I guess, honestly. And there's something else I want to get in here in semblance, also in terms of burnout, because it's something that we talk about, like players playing a lot and all that. I think that is also another aspect, another this topic that we ignore about this situation is that when you're done with playing and maybe you've had a rough evening, you've lost a game or whatever, you're on your own. You don't have your team around you to bounce back and question yourself and create that constructive atmosphere that's going to help you feel that you can do it actually tomorrow, right? Some of these games are very frustrating, and some of these players, they're on their own. That is it. The game is over. They leave the team speak, and they're just separated individuals. I think that the psychological load on the players is actually heavier, and it might sound weird because we say, oh, online, no pressure. Sure, yeah, that's part of it. But there's also no safety net. There's no social net around them. They aren't part of a system. They're isolated element that have to live either with the win or with the loss, and I think it takes a toll on the players as well.
Maniac, you're so damn good. You just walked it right back to where I wanted to take this. We've got an interview with Simple earlier, apparently, that was very revealing on that very topic. I mean, we've talked a lot about this. We've gotten it from the players. We've gotten it from the coach, that being separated, not being in a boot camp environment has really impacted that team. And while we've got Simple speaking on the subject earlier today.
Nuke was incredibly impressive from you guys. It's a map we've seen you guys have a lot of success on. But Dust 2, which is always a good pick for you guys, but has such varied results. What do you guys put this down to? Because it seems like you can't find the consistency on your main pick.
I don't know. Just sometimes I think our team shit in pants and just playing like a garbage, It's no other word. I don't enjoy this game when we play like this because we understand that we have advantage against them and we just don't use it.
And is there something that you're thinking in your mind that, okay, this is the factor, this is something we need to change now? And is it something you can implement quickly? Because obviously you're playing so many tournaments at the moment.
Yeah, I think we still need to work as always. I think it seems like it's more harder for us online because we are not showing results that we can do. We're just gonna work. I don't know, just very bad game from us these days.
And we know it's a team game, but how frustrating is this getting for you and the rest of the players that you are in this kind of a situation? Because it really felt like you could have had Dust 2 after the end of that one. And then Mirage, it's just like your heads were down. There was no confidence in the lineup.
I would say, as I said before, the biggest difference is online. And I still don't understand why we play like this online. And I'm just waiting for a LAN event as soon as possible to see that we can do the things that we did in Katowice. But I don't know, it was a rough start on Mirage. As always, like our calls, our ideas, nothing was working. Some people even forget rounds, And when the stuff happened like this, you understand that your team like in other mood right now. They're like on different planet. You don't have a synergy with them,
Oof. That's a heartfelt interview from one of the greatest players to ever touch the damn game. You see at what point where he is right now, the frustration must be off the charts, not being able to show what his team is capable of. And we actually have a graphic here that can kind of show us, the best performing teams right now in this online environment. As far as round win percentage is concerned, of course, bigger at the top. Why am I even surprised? Online CS, and it's the German team sitting in the first spot. What is going on? It's a clown world.
Okay.
Maniac, you want to touch that one, man?
I guess I can. It's a little bit uncomfortable because I don't want to say right now that they are an online team, but everything we've seen from them that has been crazy has been online. I'll just leave it at that. The next time they go to a LAN event, I want to see the same kind of level. I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. No. But it is true that they have been absolutely lights out, and Surson specifically has destroyed pretty much any Oper he went up against. So for now.
Can I try? I'm not like, obviously it's the online era, right? So like we said before, whoever's the best online is the best online. But Big have had 4 of them all together in their office playing. I think Siriuson's the only one who's not with them, but they're all playing from that office together, right? So to say on onliners when they're playing in a LAN environment, right, which is what they are, that's what they're trying to replicate with 4 of them, then that argument kind of goes out the window a little bit for me. One thing that I think you cannot take away from Big is the amount of work that they've been putting in, and that can tie us straight back into what I think Simple was kind of alluding to and stepping around there, is that with people at home, how are you able to measure their efficiency with practice and focus? Because it's almost impossible to do that, right? I remember even when I was playing that people, when we're going over demos, they're not paying attention, because once we get into the server and I try and go over a strategy or something and I say, hey, can we do this? They go, oh, I forgot. What was that about? And now we're wasting time. And not only are we wasting time, it's frustrating the players who did listen. And then that becomes even more of a burden, because resentment can start to creep on in. So you have to ask yourself, do we need a carrot? Do we need a stick right now? What do Na'Vi need? Because Simple's clearly not happy, and he's one of the hardest workers in the game. So it's not him that's the problem. But let's also think about real life issues as well. Electronic, right? He's got a baby. So for him, his focus is going to now be split. When he's at the event with the boys, guess what? He's at the event with the boys. When he's at home, he's got a wife he probably needs to deal with, a kid he needs to deal with, and a lot more factors that are now creeping into every part of the way he thinks about his day.
I guess this is why, we can tell that, Chad hasn't seen a chick in a while. It's just like, man, he's got to deal with that, and it's instead of it's like take care of or spend time with, it's deal with.
Hey, the point was right. The point was relevant. Let's get stuck on the word.
All right. On that note, guys, the timing is perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I'm glad that we had the time to actually talk about this and get into it a little bit. But I have to thank you for that, because I'm told that the players are live, the casters are ready, and we're ready to get into the third map, the final map of this series. Let's get to it.
Thank you so much, Semler. Sometimes the server just shits in pants like garbage,
It happens, man. It happens, Hey, they got through an entire tech pause and didn't have to talk about wearing diapers. I respect you guys on the desk.
Wow.
Excellent fill. Thank you, gents. Now we move on to Mirage.
Yeah, let's talk about Mirage. So this is the map that Liquid asked for this map. Okay, everyone's confused, as they should be. FURIA on a 12-map win streak, 100% win rate from as far as we can see on Mirage. We look at this, they only had 5 maps that have gone over 10 rounds, in fact. They have a 60% win rate on CT side and a 60% win rate on T side as well. They don't even come close to losing. The only thing that works out well for Liquid is that of the 2 of the 5 maps that have gone over 10 rounds, they were the team that brought them there.
Ooh, well, you heard... Oh, hold on. We've got kills over towards that B apps. Little redirection. They ran 3 players up into A, and now back through the jungle, into the window, towards the B site. Nitro's trying to figure all of this out on the fly. The smokes, the flashbangs, they start being chucked on over. Elige is able to get a headshot, but it's Stewie on the back of Market looking for one of his own. And the bomb plant comes through. So, man advantage in the post. Stewie 2K tags ever so slightly, decides to extend out through the doors. He's going to get peppered back with Elige as well. So Naf looking to just walk away from this one. This is definitely Furia picking up the pistol. And I thought it was hilarious when Elige in that pregame, when Adren in that pregame interview said, we don't think they're as good on Mirage as they are on Inferno. We looked at their results and it's not versus very good teams, but Liquid are one of those teams. So if history repeats itself, it's going to be another Furia victory, and this pistol certainly helps.
Every inch is going to matter, of course. This is when pistols, there's even a heightened emphasis on pistols because of this situation. So Furia, they win over 50% of their pistols, 54% of their pistols on this map. So, not surprising. And of course, this is technically going to be an upset. There's a lot of this match that's going to come down to the preparation stuff that nobody knows about yet after Liquid had their stuff pushed in on Mirage last time in the finals versus Furia. So we'll have to find out about that, but yeah, pistols are going to make a world of difference if this comes anywhere close, which it probably will. And how is this map not going to be close? That would be the greatest part of the upset, if anything.
Little MP7 spam, Vinny with an assist and a kill. K Serrato regains vision in apps, and he should be able to combine with his teammates to solve the Stewie issue. But hello, nice little deagle shot through the bomb site's boxes, and an answer from Naf. We've got Team Liquid rocking the sidearms, but they are being actively flanked by Art. They're going to go ahead and start pushing outwards. Naf with a second kill, but he can't answer fast enough as Art hits the flank. Furia finding a second at a bit of a cost. However, they'll move both those AKs forward.
Now there is the concoction, of course, of Stewie playing somewhat well recently. Some really pretty good like impact maps with kills on top. And then also him having specifically those maps on Mirage, where he had that 20-7.5 versus a Gen G. Talked about that a few times. But we finally actually get to see this, you know, because we've gotten all the way to map number 3. It's usually been Liquid in their series that they struggle in. They do well on the first map and bad on the next 2. I know the order doesn't matter that much, but it's cool that Liquid, you know, got beat on the first map and came back on their pick. At least there's some normalcy there in this online world of Counter-Strike that has turned all of the results up on its head. But here's Vinny with the magenta crosshair. Looking down mid. CTs will run back home.
Naf and Stewie, pretty split. They've got a little crossfire here in Connector, but it seems like more of a matter of time. Ooh, he pops up, tries to whack Vinny down like some sort of mole. But Vinny instead just creeps back down into the underpass and everybody survives. So 5 up for Furia, 3 rounds in a row to start this, and now we get into what we want, baby. Team Liquid, they've got guns.
Yeah, they've got, okay, so we're looking at Furia. They've got their round win conversion on this map after getting the first kill is 79.7 to the 74 of, yeah, that's, you know, 80% of the time if they get that 5v4, they're going to be able to close it out. So versus all the stats that we've seen. So we're going to see that come into play, into effect. We saw how important it was for EG. Let's see if the same stat holds true for Furia. Twist gets the opening kill this time around, but it's quickly traded back in a whip from Vinny. Holy smokes, he's laying down the thunder right now. Smoke will go down in CT spawn. He'll upgrade to the AWP, and there's only 2 pesky little CTs left over. Make it a humble rotation over from spawn, but they've got answers.
Yes, they do. They've got utility as well, but do they have a solution to this man? Vinny, wielding lightning in both hands. This op needs to slap back both the CTs. There's the first one, jumping past. He goes down. Now it's K Serrato racking up the damage, but damage is not enough. A 3-piece from Vinny as he exits the palace, trading every single one of his teammates. But it's Team Liquid to win in the post plant, surviving with 2 and taking their first round on the board.
Was it the op that got you the 3 kills, Vinny? It was the AK, my friend. It was the AK. Look at him. Okay, man. What? Dude, that was like some Skate 4 technology on that slide off the balcony. Yeah, we're hyped.
Dude, don't get me started.
Hey, we got the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater Remastered as well coming at the end of summer on top of Skate 4. Dreams become reality. But man, that was sad that all of those kills went in vain because it was a pretty outstanding 3-piece by the Vinmeister. And at least for Furia, they'll be able to buy once again. Straight up default here, no pushes. I wonder what's Liquid's game plan? I mean, it's not a bad map for Liquid. It's just an outstanding map for Furia.
Yes.
That's the weird part about it. And they avoided Inferno, which was handed to them.
Yeah, you know, Adren said it. I think their Inferno is better than their Mirage. Time will tell if it was the right call. Twists is going to lay down the smoke, looking to do his best Jax impression. But for the time being, it's Vinny slipping past the bench. He gets Stewie off of the ticket, and he can't quite kill Twists. A double for Russell. And Henny on top of the staircase now. Art by his side. 2v3 turn 2v2. Twists. He had that element of surprise, but it's taken right back, and they know where Nitro's at. On Cat, he retreats through Market. And how does he get back into this equation? Because Art could so easily cut him off already, and Nitro's ready for it. Wants to peek his head here through the murder hole. Oh, he finds Art with an off-place crosshair. You'd think he could have been watching that, but Nitro finds the timing. Can he find the clutch? Henny, he swung out. He's got that op versus the M4, and now he's got a little bit deeper of a position to work with too. Molotov to just make sure that he didn't get back behind Triple. Now the smoke could go on top of the bomb, but Nitro doesn't have a kit, so time, that's going to become the biggest issue. He just taps it once to try and get the peek, but it's all shut down by Henny.
It was an unlikely stick, but if he was going to hang around, maybe it was worthwhile. 10 seconds, but it was versus an op. There was a chance maybe he could grab that. And damn, some of these early situations are really rough. Of course, Vinny makes this crazy lurk all the way around Triple, riding the perimeter of the A site into that first and almost the next kill as well. And Nitro's gifted a frag back in the 1v2, but these trades do not come easy. It's really hard. Stewie's obviously frustrated that that's going to happen. That fast lurk, but it'll be the first of many.
Hey, slow down now. What's going on? We've got the top mid play. I'm thinking Furia just going to chew through some pistol arrows, but Team Liquid pack a punch. Double deagle headshot, and the AK reigns supreme. K Serato just chills out as what remained of Liquid just start pouring over him.
Evaporated?
So far, so good. Nitro hears the footsteps, but, you know, K Serato looking a little rumbunctious down there. Jumping around haphazardly. Yeah, I got you on the Jaguar. You can get me back, though. 1 for 1. All right,
yeah,
we're 1 for 1.
Hey, some of us are mixing up using A's. Okay, maybe both of us. I like that.
5 to 1 the score.
Yeah, it's a nice cleanup from Mr. K Serato. El Dorado, K Serato. Hit him at 3 points to the triangle. Call that a Dorito. After they win this match, hang out, have a mojito. I got nothing more.
All right, just double. I was giving you the space. Vinny's got a bit of space to work with here in apps, but the smoke grenade should take away his vision. Oh no, it actually just pops a little bit too far back. So he's able to move the feet of Nitro away from the van. That does call a rotator over for Liquid, so they're heavy B to start, but there's plenty of time to do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah. On Mirage, there's like always plenty of time. So easy to set up a default and get all the map control you want in like 20 seconds, you know? So lots of time to fake and change it up. Oh man, always scary situation. I mean, Nitro's alone now. Vinny is so ready for this. Wow.
Gets more utility. Ooh, doesn't put out all of the molly, but Yuri, he's already up from catwalk, so they're trying to make sure that they hit this timing on the head, and he's gonna hit the shot. Art's flank again. Oh, it's a calamity on the B site. And the long-range headshot, the individual prowess of Furia right now. Wee.
Don't even say right now, man. It's been like weeks of this shit.
So good.
Holy Art. It's an Art attack. He's always in the window. I mean, he's not the guy who invented this, but he's the guy who I don't want to say popularized it either. That was like Fur and Phelps, but he's the guy who's championing it to this day, you know, unabashedly. He's gonna do it no matter what, whether he's there or not. And I love how he kills Stewie again. Well, it's actually no, Vinny popped up under Stewie last time, but it's the second time Stewie's not even able to use his op.
And a second for Art, and a third for Art. And nothing for Nafly. Vinny is able to answer that one quick. So, Twists, you're all alone again, my friend. It's lonely days in quarantine. He's isolated on the A site. Trying to put some damage through the triple box, but more damage input than output. He's dead. 7-1 for Furia. This T side, well,
it looks pretty normal, doesn't it? It looks pretty kind of what we expected. Oh, I can't wait for the desk on this one, man. Like, unless Liquid, you know, I mean, they can turn it around now. Here's could be one of their last good adjustments. like at least something tricky, they pull out a second op into it. So now Stewie and Nitro are going to try this out. This would have helped last round, you know, for that B play, for example. Oh, we got a small. I say small.
Ceasefire.
Small ceasefire. Yeah.
Ceasefire.
They're going to call it. We can still talk about what this means, though. I mean, so far, flying star for Furia. Art getting in window, no surprise. Furia hitting shots, no surprise. Furia having a good T side, no surprise. Looks a lot like we saw at Masters last time around. This time, Liquid are just. The problem is there's like, you can't like take a round that you lost in those last couple, go back and say this is the problem with it. Except for Art getting in window. When Vinny pulled out that lurk through the smoke on triple, you can't plan for that.
No, you cannot. It's hard to plan for a lot of Furia's shenanigans.
Exactly. But this is the bed that they made for themselves. So hopefully they're not looking forward to T side and not excited about their CT side. Because they ain't going to get through this match without being a two-way team here on Mirage. We are repaused up. Oh, they're just waiting for an admin. Very kind.
No, he just didn't use a comma.
It's been long ends to the nights here in the past couple of days. Maniac's gotten to bed with the sun coming up. For us, kind of the sun going down still.
Yes.
I feel like East Coast is one of the
East
best
Coast
places
NA.
to be for online Counter-Strike. We're in one of the most favorable time zones, I think. So we're pretty flexible.
Yep. EU games are our morning, so you get Counter-Strike with your coffee and breakfast in the wee few hours. You get to ride out the afternoon into the NACS that doesn't start too late. The only stuff we really miss is the Aussie games and anything going on in the Asian scene. But
Yeah, they're flipped.
Bentet left all that, so I
He
don't
came
know
to
why
us.
you're watching.
Yeah, he came to us. Yeah, we get a nice 90 ping or so to UK.
Yep. I play only EU Face It.
And yeah, we're a very robust time zone. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I have
sauce
the
that brain.
You've been telling some pretty good stories. I have a story, but I really don't know how much time we have.
Well, we could always start it and then leave everybody hanging like I did with the DDK one. It's up to you.
Well, this is the Van Silly wedding story. I don't even remember where I told this last. Oh no, they're readying up.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, they'll have to be
It's a
wait
good
for
one, though.
another tech pause.
Yeah, we'll dangle the fruit. Imagine
All right.
Mohan in Vietnam as the only foreigner in an entire wedding. Oh, it's a good
Yeah.
one.
Oh
you guys
boy.
will have to wait.
It's hard for me to tell sometimes when I tell that story.
I still physically cringe for you, dude.
Oh
so.
yeah, I really put myself on the line in that story.
Yeah.
Well, but you'll have to find out next week, maybe. Or maybe next round, you know? Could be next round even. We'll see.
Next time on Technical Pause Z. Double op setup for Liquid. Is this the difference maker? Is this the solution? Well, there's a sniper on the other side as well. Uh-oh. Flashbang bounces back. And Stewie wants to find that opening pick. As you said, an 80% win rate after establishing 5v4s. Furia, they've stayed true to that stat line. Feel like everything's in the green for the Brazilians at the time being. Art able to get into the ladder room for only a moment. He's actually cut down. 5 versus 3 advantage. Snatched back. Stewie able to catch Vinny and another. Quesarado just sticking his shoulder around and down he goes regardless. Henny caught off guard and we've got Liquid with 4 survivors. They trapped that B hit.
Yeah, that was nice. They dealt with it, and that was tons of damage done by Furia. Latent damage done. They weren't even sure about it. Spams came through into the smokes. I think Alish got peppered down here, and he ends up getting the kill on Art, who's the one who hurt him. And then Stewie, he activates. He's actually a very underrated Mirage CT side opper. It's interesting how this op changes hands. You know, Naf very good on nuke with the op. Stewie plays connector. He plays very high frag positions with this gun. But I think so far in this match, he's been rotate, window, connector side. Teammate here to fill the gap. And Alish watching the corner of the smoke. Art will come into his waiting hands. Here you go, kill me.
Are you? Sorry, it just sounds like you're asking for mercy, Mo.
Free gift.
What's the response here? We get that second player over towards the ramp. Is there a lag out? No, okay, Castrado's alive. He's just a little slow.
That's rude.
No, actually. Okay, he's here. He's just got a knife out. He's not doing too much. Like, kick him. Make sure he's still alive, you know? It's... Hello? Oh, round live, eh? They've got time. They'll collect their thoughts. Now it's Yuri's turn. What do you think they're talking about?
I feel like I can see them thinking right now. It's very... You ever seen a man teleport in front of your face?
Yeah. Now, Caserado's going to be telling all his friends about it. No one's going to believe him.
Dude, I swear, he just freaking teleported right in front of me.
You're standing right there, man. Next thing you know, he's just gone.
You sound like one of those NPCs from Breaking Bad, like the crackheads. That was great. That was great.
Gonna need 2 large pizzas, man. And Funyuns.
Oh boy.
All right, listen, we've got more tech issues. It seems Yuri has vanished. He will be back, just like that. He is already back in the server.
Oh yeah, he's reappeared. And they'll kick it off again. Unfortunato. And they are going to ready up. Hopefully that's the last of it. You know, there's a lot of build up towards this map. How interesting it is for the pick to come in. You know, we wouldn't want that to be tainted at all.
No.
And of course, you know, I mean, yeah. Even with a free round, you wouldn't expect Liquid to come anywhere close to this. So, well, we'll see what they can do. Unfortunate situation, but yeah, such is life, especially these state of things. And it's another mid default. Move out slowly. Alish off the corner of a smoke. I don't know if that's his own one-way in the window. Sometimes T's throw the one-way for them, just to spam them down if they go and check it out. Alish, he's been in the game too long. He's not going to fall for that.
Yeah, they're hoping somebody makes a move here in mid, but there's no CT even in position to try and peek this. Window will never be checked unless the leash doubles all the way back, which he now has. But Naf is patient as well. This Molotov's going to prevent him from peeking. Maybe they decide to stick it to connector as that molly burns. Naf could take the chance, of course, and run right through it. But it's Stewie to find first impact. Now he's down thanks to Henny's trade. Alish starting to get closer to connector. There's a lot of players inside of it, and he takes down 2. Even keel. As Caserado, he's going to burn Twist out of position. Twist has to get moving. He's going to miss the first headshot. Still manages the dink. Can Nitro come in with the clutch? Henny on top of the staircase falls down to Sandwich. And Nitro, he just needs to lock this line. They could line up for him. In fact, he jumps the gun. Further damage, just trying to stay alive here. 15 HP, and the grenade takes him down.
Oh, the grenade with the Nitro name tag. And Henny, he was on for the ace on that round. Bullied his way through connector. They pressed up for that split. No notice whatsoever. They tried to evict Liquid instantly on the A site after showing face once the smoke came up. And Henny is the whole reason they even win, really. He kills Alish, who was trading out like a monster. Kills the cat player, the one back of the site. That's Stewie to die. Caserado just helps out a bit with some light artillery from the sandwich. Yeah, that's a round 1. And they're ready up again. It's a celebration, bitches.
Yeah. If we keep winning fast enough, we can dodge those pauses. More utility here to the top of mid. Oh. Turn my monitor off. Flashbang in Palace from Caserado. And he falls back after the fact. Ooh, 2 Ts. Maybe a third even ready to jump into the windowsill. Stewie, this is a dangerous peek, but he finds a little bit of timing. Doesn't see too much. That flash. Ooh, he turns back. And he will drop Yuri, but he's not anticipating another 2 Ts. No siree. Alige, he's going to be coming quickly behind them through underpass, but Art a little bit stranded here in jungle. He's got another duel, continues the spray, but the trade connects, and there's Henny to shut down that flank. Now Twists behind triple. He sees the op inside of Connector, cuts off the jungle man first, and Caserado right out from ramp. Nitro hones in on mid, hoping he can drop this bomb, because Henny's pinned into position, but Henny, he wide swings! The aggressive op fight favors Fury. Fantastic fashion for them to take their 9th.
My favorite part is when he didn't even wait for his teammate to come help him with that. He literally just flew off onto the stairs and caught Nitro on the timing. Look at Stewie, man! I need team speak from Stewie right now. How mad would he be? He kills the guy who lurks window. We got the guy! We got the lurk this round!
Yeah.
Psych!
He says we got him.
Oh man.
Only to realize
that's actually frustrating. That, I mean, yeah, not
underpass. Pistol push. M4 in the background. Good enough for the first headshot. Caserado gonna get pressured and peppered, and Alige is good for the first 2. Now that's the only M4 in the mix here. So seeing as Vinny's also down to 20 health, Alige, he could very well be that one-man army they needed. But Henny looks like he's trying to come back to bail them out. And all the while, if Art, knowing that his bomb carrier is all alone and Vinny's compromised already, he just needs to cut down some of these CTs, get that numbers advantage. Screw over the Deagle duo and just leave Alige low HP. Vinny starts to creep back on this. Alige doesn't want to die here. That'd be huge. And now that the gun's gone down, Vinny turns back. He's got himself that second frag, and the B site is open for the taking. Furia absolutely going to take themselves to double digits.
How do they even, man? How does Vinny get that kill? Alige is coming to clear him. You think, you know, he's got the advantage for at least 1 bullet, and Vinny, he's only got 20 health. And then Vinny goes ahead and grabs both. He's having a hell of a map for himself and for his team. He's 15-9 already. We're not even through the whole half. We got another couple of rounds to go, and he's not slowing down. We had a great start. Those first couple of entry rounds where he pulled it together for Furia. And yeah, he's the wild card for the team. Literally 4 stars on this team, and Vinny's still putting up good stats. Like how do you even, where's the hole? Most of the time we look at teams, we characterize them by like you know, strong core on 3 players, and then an IGL, and then some kind of soft support or some player who turns up sometimes, or a second IGL, something like that. But yeah, Furia, it's literally 4 players, sometimes 5 it feels like.
10 T rounds. Doing Liquid dirty here on the offense. And CT's able to reinvest with everything they could ask for. So we're still going to get a gun round at least, but 5 rounds the best case scenario. Oh yeah, what do I know?
No, it's not looking good, of course. It's not looking good. But yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the one thing for Liquid is that we look at yesterday's Inferno. Oh wow. What the heck? The 2-man boost on the A ramp to spot the cross, I guess, and Stewie, he grabs. Oh, he doesn't get the frag. He gets the leg off on Henny. Protected by his teammate.
That's a soul-crushing start to the 14th round. Art ready to just stick his head out onto the A site. He's looking for that offer and Twists, but he's making a bunch of noise, so Alige knows there's someone above him. Now the smoke's going to give him more room to work. Looks to burn the ticket. Alige has the element of surprise. Then the second frag into Vinny. Oh, the flash is fantastic, and Alige, he's still kicking. A complete sweep on the A site between Alige and Naf.
Yo, can you frag harder than that? That is a Liege trying to defend against mid. He's not got the best spot on the site to stop any attack from connector side. This is some crazy good shots. And then obviously the great flash as well from Twist. You got to give him credit. He gets the tag on both those players. 2 of the last 3. And Liquid earned back around after another tilting and very strange start. That double boost on the A ramp. I don't think I've even ever seen that before. Liege will try to abuse any kind of fast out mid play, and we know that Furia sometimes they don't drop the top mid smoke. And oh, Nitro!
Oy. Gets
Just
out.
barely. Yeah, he gets out.
And Art gets out too. Already on the other side of this bomb site. He's got them distracted, but Nitro can manage. And there's no second T. Only Vinny had been maybe a little closer, but he's now going to get burned out of this position. Down to 53 health. That's a great Molotov. Takes back control of the situation. And a smoke screws Vinny's vision over.
I like Vinny falling back there, of course. That's pretty cool. 2 full nade sets you left for Furia. And dude, I mean, in the mid round, of course, window is the most attractive. Just because this is where teams will fall out most likely. It loses the value. So it becomes an interesting spot for the T's to go. CT's holding it quite passively right now, but they're defended well for the B split. They don't need rotations, so the lead sitting here is just fine.
They've fallen victim to that murder hole to B play, so no surprise
connector.
that Elise sticks that connector onto the stairs.
How do they
now.
read this?
Stewie and Twists, and Stu not ready for it. Henny, he confirms Twist's position. Twist, half HP already gone, nothing further for him. Naf and Nitro 2v3, final round of the half. Furia shooting very comfortably for an 11th round on this T side. Yuri, he's the insurance policy on Murder Hole. Naf, if he drops into window, would still be screwed, and the barrel's going to give it away. It is all
Connor, how the
on
hell
Naf.
did they read that?
I don't know.
How did they read that? How? How do they make such a good call? Oh my god.
Fantastic half from Furia. Just ridiculousness through and through. They survive the adversity of tech issues and lead by a substantial margin. Somebody's going home and somebody's moving on in this bracket. You better join us after the break to find out who's got the gull.
That's it? God damn.
We are losing hard. Come on, Brazil.
The Brazilian movement just isn't that good, huh?
Am I supposed to be inside or CT spawn? Jesus Christ, I'm lost. Está foda, hein? Ah, tem outro no meio. Dude, we don't play Vertigo.
Oof! Not last somehow. For sure I lost this one too. That's like HLTV confirmed already.
I don't know where I should go now.
Tem que sair pra saída do Heaven aí, Art.
Pra onde?
Saída do Heaven, tá ligado? Pessoas pro Heaven.
Oh, I found it.
Team Liquid had the choice, Inferno or Mirage, and they thought maybe they could put an end to the winning spree of FURIA, but what a spree we saw on that T side. I mean, holy smokes, man. 11-4, incredible first half, and now FURIA sit comfortably on that CT side. Liquid gonna have to dig real deep, but I think maybe they've got it what it takes.
Yeah, I think FURIA have a read here. Sometimes they play these pistol rounds having the players in CT spawn waiting for the A hit. But the bomb from Liquid is also going underpass towards A. So we'll see. They're moving around a lot. Smoke comes through, they'll run through past Henny.
Body block.
Boy.
Oh my god, and he goes, yeah, okay, they figured that out. They know he's in there, definitely. Yeah, Henny's gonna find 0 impact. And Art, well, he's got just the 1 headshot. 4 frags. A flurry across the kill feed to the favor of Team Liquid. K Serrato, last man up. He's got himself a flash.
I mean, so now we'll find out if Liquid were looking forward to T-side and if they had enough rounds in that first half to bring them here. I would imagine, you know, if you are going to try to bring the map into your pool, you're focusing probably on your T-sides, your CT sides. You're just like, well, this is you can't really get that inventive with your CT side setup, so they're probably just like, well, we got hit shots, you know, here are a few setups that we have. I can definitely see when a Dren has influenced their CT setups and stuff like that, but T-sides, I guess, is where you can be a bit more creative. The sandbox opens up a little bit, so maybe this is what Liquid were looking forward to. It's still a crazy lead that FURIA have, and again, they win 60% in their wins. They win 60% of the rounds on both CT and T-side. Like, they literally... Whoa.
Settle down now.
I wasn't expecting that. Oh, is that just because of
I think the whole smoke situation.
internet trouble?
Oh, that could be it as well. I'm not sure, but Henny was the guy inside connector smoke, correct?
Yeah. I don't think you get that mad about that because you're like up and everything, but...
Maybe I can get mad if I want to.
You could, yeah.
Also, he is, according to the scoreboard, 13-4. So
yeah,
I
he's sick. He had that 4K like a couple rounds ago. Delicious. We had an update on stats here. Let's take a look at see what people are working with. Henny, 3.25 KD ratio. Utility damage, pretty much abysmal across the board, both sides. And ADR, Art, 100 ADR so far on the map. Again, last time he played against Liquid, Art was sporting good like 90 ADR across the 2 maps. Definitely looking good. And they look like they're having a good enough time of it. I feel like players' cams are moving around way too much. Last time...
I feel like we've got to be in a different building now all of a sudden.
I feel like we might be. I feel like we might be because we were like in an apartment last time, right? But now it looks like some kind of concrete bunker.
Wow, they're taking us all over the place.
Cool.
I wonder who else is hiding in there. Bomb's been picked up by Elige, and he will take it towards top mid. It is, of course, versus the Scout, Mag 7, couple Deagles, CZ. So, we've seen FURIA upset on rounds like these, never write off their force buys. It couples very nicely with their tempered aggression. Stewie just heard that scout towards ticket, of course, so suddenly I feel like connector is a little bit more intimidating than it was moments ago. those footsteps. So the movement of Twists, calling it into action. Stewie does take the scout shot to the chest, and another one landed here by Henny. Vinny, he picks up the frag versus Elige, but Nitro trades that one. Oh, but the bomb's been dropped thanks to K-Serrato. Yuri versus Naf on ramp, that was the big one. Henny kind of gets screwed out of damage there as the wall eats the shot versus Naf, but another Deagle. Oh, another Deagle frag! K-Serrato just hitting him from the back line. Naf, damage down to 14 HP. 30 seconds. And he's trying to figure out who to fight first. It's over towards Ticket that Henny lies in wait. His ADR and K-Serrato with the 3-piece Deag. Out of this world.
It's looking rough, Liquid Nation. It's looking a little bit rough here. K-Serrato can get away with this. I mean, we're zooming in on some body deeks. Basically, everybody's running away from him. And the only thing that's dropped on Cat is that 7-second Molotov. That was the window they had to get up into the site. They didn't do that. And then they just got slowly battered to death.
It's insult to injury, and Henny able to drop Stewie as Art dies to Elige. Okay, this one's a little bit wild. It's a little bit frantic. CT's outside of connector, back in jungle. Jungle Man goes over towards CT spawn. The smoke spam can't deny the bomb plant. And the utility's still great for Furia on the retake. Oh, but the flash from Naf is perfect. Now K-Serrato's gonna move forward into the bomb site. They know there's one in Palace, and Nitro, he's gotten off towards mid. He's gonna jump back down around connector, and they've put a smoke on bomb. Naf, he's gonna listen for the sound. He has to get out here, but a dropped off shot, that costs everything, and the headshot from Nitro to close.
Okay, when they needed it the most, Nitro pulls up. That's a big clutch. I mean, you know, after losing that second round, hope could easily be drained from your system. They come through that 1v1, and it's not pretty, but they also didn't have better guns. And that op dropped as well. They don't get to recover it here on Henny, but they capitalize on the op shot missed up into Palace. And Nitro, credit for Naf here on the flash. That opens things up in the post plant, and Nitro, well, he can credit himself for the clutch, of course.
Nuts. The fact that Naf was able to get out from Palace as well versus that op, you know, that one op shot just turns everything upside down.
Yeah, that's round, right? Yeah, like he risks it on the wide peak, and he's like, I got to cover my teammate on this. So yeah, it comes down to that. And it looks like Furia. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
I insist.
Nope.
I'm not even sure if it's Canadian anymore. It's almost rude. I was just gonna say they're buying back immediately after. I really had nothing special to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, neither did I. I was just gonna mention that on Vertigo we saw 9 rounds in a row CT side with 0 bomb plants. So you know we've seen Team Liquid already tonight completely iced out of T-halves, and it's very exciting to have this back and forth affair after such a blowout in the first 15. Can Furia force the issue with the force buy yet again? 3 Deagles, MP9 Scout, Art fully flashed. Stewie has better vision of the situation, but it's Elige to pick up the kill, and Vinny can't trade it right away. But Naf, he walks into the Deagle of Yuri, and that's a Galil picked up. Now there's 3 weapons on Furia's favor.
Let's let the madness end, please. Somebody win a round where you have better guns. Could this be it? B would be the correct call. CTs have swarmed the A site. One rotate starts to come over. We know Liquid are actually quite decisive in these moments, but here they're particularly patient. Almost to a scary situation. Rotations have come from the CTs.
Yeah, Nitro and Twists combining onto the forefront. Vinny, he's trying to stop the... Oh, he turns it! Almost able to get Nitro as well, but what a response to Twist being so close. It looked like he was going to get neither of the frags, but he still gets at least the one. Scout and a Galil V3, and Elige hits the instant headshot to convince Yuri to just back off. Team Liquid have done it. The first team in the second half to pick up consecutive round wins.
Yeah, they've gone to rehab. They've relapsed. They went back to rehab. They're back on their feet. We'll see if they don't relapse again. They're finally stable. Yeah, no. Oh, no. We just got back to the point now where Furia are probably not going to buy up again. So Yuri, they can keep this gun for the next round, but it should be a full eco. Liquid on this T side, starting to get a bit more stable. They'll be able to come into this next one. Lots of money even after they upgrade. And they'll definitely buy some more MAC-10s, you'd assume. Oh, Twist actually goes right for the AK. And yeah, let's relive that Vinny frag because that was wicked.
Gets him through the side of the bench as well. I'd be a little upset if I was Twist with that one, but I wouldn't let it bother me too long because it should be easy sailing here in the 20th round. Time will tell, though. We do have 3 CTs stacked up underneath Palace. If nobody puts a molly, or if they don't anticipate that many defenders, maybe.
They're lining up the underbelly molly, I think, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, this entire bomb site just ruptures.
Uh-oh.
It's engulfed in flames. The smoke still keeps 3 underneath. They get the first 2, and it's all on Vinny. Meanwhile, Art, he's going to serve as a distraction. Look, nobody's watching Vinny. This smoke's gonna fade. He comes out to try and deny the bomb plant. He doesn't do that, but he's got a chance at Naf. The damage is in. Now it's up to Art and Yuri, 2 versus 3. Off of the tide of Connector, they're trying to find footwork into the bomb site, but it's tough. Naf gives that cover with the MAC-10. Yuri, oh, Naf's so incredibly low. And Stewie 2K's position should be known. But Yuri, down to the 9 shots in the magazine, has to finish off Naf, which he won't. The SMG slides wide, and Team Liquid arrive on 8.
Yeah, man. Wow, okay, well, Nafly, he does that with the... Oh, get another. Nafly, he does that by himself with 5 HP. And it could have come down to the 1v1. But 007 over here, sitting underneath the balcony with that USP, waiting for that smoke to come up for his time to shine, is Vinny. And he does, actually. He doesn't stop the bomb from going down, which could have been a whole world of difference, considering how close that round got. But still happy to do a kill and get some damage in as well. The round difference is now 4 for Furia. In favor of Furia, but only slightly. Art has bought an M4 with no armor. He has no money. Maybe Henny just give him the the op.
Well, Art bought the op. I just saw he spent 4.75. So he bought the op for Henny.
None of us are smart enough to understand Art, so let's not even pretend like we can prove him wrong on this one.
Let's see if it comes back to
there's
bite
a genius coming into play, yeah.
He's just gonna hide, so maybe just dodge all shots. If his teammates can pick up all the other frags, then he'll be fine. But he extends into a Liege, 5v2. They start to line up, but Art continues on. He will die to the native Naf. How does he get back into this situation? It's a straight up 1v4. He hits the floor as Henny connects the shots.
I mean, if that's not proof. Henny gets 2 kills, he gets 2 kills. I guess that was the perfect play. I don't really know why Art can't just be in CT spawn and like make this more understandable and probably have the exact same outcome, but for whatever reason, that worked beautifully. A-Take gets stuffed in its entirety. And the life force of Liquid has been pretty much drained. We've got Stewie on $5,400, but everybody else is relatively low. Actually, Nitro has 3,900. So I don't know. Do they want to try to steal us back? They're fending off 14, which is not quite as important psychologically as 15. But still, I mean, in this half so far, we've had only 2 rounds go. Well, 2 rounds go to the way of Furia. So Liquid in general have been actually doing quite well, but a lot of these rounds were not rifle rounds.
Ooh, all right, so looks like the 14th may also slip onto the board for Furia. Few grenades to play. Team Liquid already getting Stewie up to the tippity top of mid, and he's gonna drop the Deeg shot versus Vinny. This is gonna allow Vinny to turn his attention back towards Apps, where blinded he drops a Liege, and the MP9's here to help out. A near flawless round coming out of Furia. So as expected, they're 14th, managing it on this CT side once guns are in control.
Yeah, that's a problem, right? Once guns are back in control. So the buy will come in one more time here for Liquid, and it might be one of the last. Penny's still opping. Don't know if they're going to try anything too crazy. Liquid tried to start off hot with that cat play. Don't know what's in the back of Liquid's head right now in terms of what's the more attractive site, or if they want to go for mid control. But that full A take just really did not work. And in fact, the most interesting part, I guess, for Furia is that round that Art dropped the op and had no armor on his rifle, he was a third man committed into his site, basically gambling that they were going to stack A or go towards A. If he thought that they were going to go towards mid, he probably wouldn't have put himself in firebox, right? That gets naded from connector. That's just not a great spot to stand to defend against connector. It's really the angle you want to stop A ramp and Palace, and that's just about it. And in fact, even if he was a rotator, he'd be in a terrible spot. You don't want to be rotating with a rifle and no armor. You've got to try to get a gimmick kill, right? Not get shot first, catch someone off guard. So let's find out what Liquid's game plan is into round 23. Out to mid so far with Elige up front. Flash goes high and over. Stewie assisting on the cat push, and Art, he's already through the smoke, but he'll get traded out at least. And this leaves cat wide open.
Elige is going to continue on the pressure. Quesorado not favored with the lesser weaponry, but he gets that immediate dink, and Elige, he doesn't want to die. Naf out on the A site, traded immediately. So Quesorado getting that kill and turning Elige back around is actually huge, because if he dies, suddenly they follow through. Now they don't have the bomb, which will definitely serve as an issue. Who has to go get that?
Yeah, I guess B Hall's got. Man, you're right. I mean, it was almost like a bluff. An MP9 running at you on cat. He had no rotators close to him at all. He was just the one MP9 in the site. But they were terrified. I mean, he got the dink off on Elige, which made it, an argument that he probably would have died versus MP9 just flying out, spraying. Teammate behind him. Didn't want to help in that situation, and the lurk's coming out on A. This is one of those situations where it's like everything could go so well for Liquid, every kill going down, kill the MP9, but
we'll see.
It's not the story today.
Quesorado calls Vinny over to try and help him hold the cross, but they fall to the MP9. Elige is going to fight back. Vinny back behind the bench. They still don't have the bomb. Vinny doing damage on both of those players, so Nitro's going to have to clutch. He's got that bomb down on site, has no clue where Henny's coming in from, and Henny's got the health advantage. Nitro extends into the open, and he's shut right down. Furia taking 15.
Clutch ends so early is enough time to go to the top of mid to get his op back. I'll come back into Fuse now, and yeah, that's Furia on 15. After another really frustrating round, to be honest. A round where Liquid, they start off the strat, it looks just fine. I don't think they were expecting Yuri to be close A ramp watching for the Halls lurk, and they were trying to get a multiple pronged attack on both sides, basically, with this cat play plus the A ramp or Palace lurk or whatever it was. And I guess Naflight does get that kill, it just gets traded back. The 1-for-1's not quite enough. And Henny. I mean, it wasn't a hard clutch for him to win, but he's a very clutch player.
Looking a little down in the dumps. It's going to have to be flawless from here on out. 7 rounds in a row for Team Liquid, or they will be the first team eliminated from the Blast Spring Finals North America 2020. And who would have thought that? Furia continuing on. If they can just win a single round, Quesorado, he's going to be tested. He lines him up. He knocks him down. Nitro, the last man left over at a distance, dies, and Furia survive.
Put a pin in that. An outstanding performance from Furia. Another Mirage win on the list of notches on their belt of Mirage wins. Another one that doesn't go double digits. A third map versus Liquid. And this time it doesn't go double digits. One of the other 2 times it did. They got absolutely smacked down. And we have to wonder about Mirage. But man, that's it for the day. It's been a long day. Thanks for joining us. Commiserations to Liquid. And we'll talk about Furia and Liquid and Mirage and all things Counter-Strike on the analyst desk right after this break.
So there we have it. The end of a long struggle there between these two teams. They've had their trials and tribulations, both of them having to deal with pauses and all sorts of other dumb stuff. But unfortunately, this just doesn't pan out for Liquid. Does not go their way. Furia, Chad, the hope is still alive. The hope is still alive that you get your match.
Yeah, I really hope we get this rematch, and I want it to be in the consolidation final. I don't want it to be in the grand final. I want to have it before then, because Furia deserved that revenge, I think, a little bit before they have to face off against EG. But before we get there, I think we need to just recap this game here. I think the fact that both teams had to struggle through these pauses that were happening, it doesn't help either team, and Furia have had to deal with that a little bit more lately, so maybe they were more equipped to deal with this situation than Liquid this evening.
Yeah, I actually wanted to touch on that. Honestly, the whole pause, back to game, pause scenario. We have to realize some of these players between the maps had to change location, go and plug in and be ready. And I don't know what they're eating or what Gary's telling them, but their ability to actually start playing 0 to 100 in one round is insane. Because I was listening on Liquid's comm, and obviously they were exhausted by the situation. And you can understand that. It's frustrating. They cannot play, they have to break, and it's really hard to get in the momentum. Whereas I feel like Furia, they're unfazed. They just start playing, they shoot you in the head.
They just hit the ground running. They had the momentum in that Mirage map, and they never really let it go. But that's just another element of this current environment. You're going to have pauses. You need to stay sharp. You need to stay focused. And so here we have the bracket, how it's played out. Liquid, the first eliminated from North America. MIBR and Evil Geniuses in the winner bracket final. And Furia obviously waiting for the loser of that one. And, you know, Chad definitely hoping it's MIBR. I am too. We're looking forward to that match. That's going to be sick. I'm voting EG again. Let's go, boys. But let's see what's coming up tomorrow on the stream. Let's see what's coming up tomorrow, because we got the European playoffs. We're still in the thick of there. And that is going to be G2 versus Navi kicking off the day. NIP versus Vitality. And, well, Evil Geniuses versus MIBR. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. But, guys, we got to keep it short and sweet. So thank you very much for your analysis today. Thank you very much for keeping me company here on the desk. And that's going to be it from us here tonight. So you had the times, you had the matches. Follow Blast on social media, and you'll know when everything's going live, and you'll get to follow along with our predictions, too. So have a great night or day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
That's it!